Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the June 16th FCC Disability Advisory Committee meeting. My name is Sam Yale. I'm one of the co-chairs along here with Lisa Hamlin, and we're thrilled to have you all here. We have a great day planned with lots of great presentations. So we're going to start off with welcome and introductions. Again, my name is Sam Yale. I'm one of the co-chairs, and I work for SSB BART Group. And let's go to my left.
This is Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America. Hi, everybody. I hope you're having a good day. Before we go totally around the room, Karen, I know you wanted to wait for Patrick Weber. Do you want to start going around? We're going to have William Schnell. He's going to go and do his.
I'm sorry.
Right. Okay, so we're going to have a presentation on accessible meetings. You want to go ahead with that, William? And then we'll if we need to stop, we can do that. Okay.
Certainly. This is Will speaking. Good morning, everyone. So I am going to be speaking with Gerard. We're going to be talking about accessible meetings, and it's a good time to kind of cover this topic because we are about to have an accessible meeting right now. But these comments are really about both the subcommittee meetings and this meeting. The subcommittee meetings have been going really well. There have been a few issues, and I just wanted to very quickly kind of go over some reminders for the subcommittee meeting. It's recommended that before every meeting, the communication rules are announced. If you go over the communication rules before every meeting, everyone will be clear how they can raise their point during the meeting. Now, not everyone can adhere to all of the communication rules. For example, some people cannot use the hand-raising tool during the subcommittee meetings. And for those people, there should be an exemption, and there should be a process in place for them to contribute to the meeting just like everyone else. Normally, a person will just announce that they wish to speak. They'll be put into the queue with everyone else. And when the moderator of the meeting or the chair of the meeting calls their name, then they'll have the opportunity to speak. That's just an example of if anyone needs to modify the communication rules for their subcommittee meetings, they should feel free to reach out to the chairs or to the facilitator. The bottom line of my comments here are that the subcommittee meetings and this meeting really should just continuously have the mindset. People should come into those meetings with the mindset that accommodations aren't enough to make the meetings accessible. They're going to have to kind of keep an ongoing dialogue and keep ensuring that people in the meeting are understanding what is being discussed and that everyone has the opportunity to contribute to the meeting. With that in mind, I'm going to very quickly go over the communication rules for this meeting. To be called upon, raise your hand or turn your name card on its side so that it's standing up. Please remember to put your name card back down once your turn is over. Please speak slowly and clearly because people depend upon CART and on interpreters to understand what you're saying. Please wait until the chair has recognized you as having the floor. only one person has the floor at any time. And also, please identify yourself before you begin to speak. With that, I'll hand it over to Gerard for his quick, I'm sorry. Oh, I see.
It's going to me. Hi, I'm Karen Pelt-Strauss, and we have two speakers now at the commission that we'd like you to hear from. The first is Commissioner Mignon Clyburn. We'd like to welcome you. Feel free to come up. You have a choice of sitting here or speaking at the podium.
I'm going to do the most difficult. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Karen, for that introduction. I would like to thank all of you and Elaine Gardner for inviting me to share some thoughts with you this morning. The use of communications technology has not only become routine, it is an essential part of our everyday lives. However, as this group knows all too well, too many Americans remain unable to utilize our most important innovative advancements to their fullest capabilities. We have accepted as one of our primary duties at the FCC to ensure that all members of the community have access to advanced communication services so that they may meaningfully engage in social, political, and economic discourse. Let me begin by expressing how pleased I am to see the FCC's Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau, or we like acronyms, CGB, move rapidly to certify states and territories for participation in the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, also known as ICANN Connect. This program is essential in assisting low-income individuals who are deaf and blind gain access to communication services. As of July 1, ICANN Connect will finally become a permanent program, and thanks to the work of the Commission staff, ICANN Connect will make an everlasting difference in the lives of millions of Americans. But we can ill afford to rest on this success because it is important that we continue to discuss where additional Commission action is necessary. In that vein, I will focus specifically on 3 proceedings that were circulated during the previous administration that, if acted upon, can significantly improve the lives of those living with a disability. First, it is imperative that we act to increase the number of hours of video-described programming. In March of 2016, as you know, the Commission adopted a notice of proposed rulemaking that proposed increasing video-described programming from 50 hours to 87.5 hours per calendar quarter. This would have expanded the availability of video-described programming by 75%, allowing those who are blind or visually impaired to immerse themselves in programming in a way that audio dialogue simply does not provide. Now, my friends, it is time to act and put this proposal into effect. The Commission must also address improved accessibility of closed captioning. Last fall, the FCC teed up a proceeding that would have ensured consumers can readily find and control the display features associated with closed captioning. What good, however, is closed captioning if those that stand to benefit the most cannot easily find and use all of its features? So once again, I think it is time we put this item back on circulation and take action expeditiously. Third, we have an opportunity to improve how Americans with hearing loss access wireline and wireless communication services. Currently on circulation is a proceeding that would revise the wireline volume control standards to better support the auditory experience of people with hearing loss. The report and order would also address application of hearing aid compatibility standards to handsets used with advanced communication services, which includes voice over the internet protocol, as well as the adoption of a requirement for volume control on wireless handsets and the creation of a streamlined process for the implementation of hearing aid compatibility standards for both wireline and wireless handsets. I look forward to working with my colleagues to move forward with this proceeding. Finally, I would like to remind everyone that the United States Access Board published a final rule in January of this year with updates to both information and communications technology covered by Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act and Section 255 of the Communications Act. Although this rule went into effect on March 20th of this year, our compliance with the updated Section 255 guidelines are not enforceable until adopted by this agency. Thus, I urge the FCC majority to move forward within the coming year on a rulemaking that puts these guidelines into effect. We cannot stand idly by as so many members of our communities are being left behind because we did not move swiftly enough to enact policies that would improve their lives. The time to act is not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, not next year. The time to act is now. As always, it is a privilege for me to work with you, and I am incredibly grateful for your advocacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those inspiring remarks. As you all know, Commissioner Clyburn has been a champion of our disability rights agenda and our disability rights efforts to expand access for this population from the start as chairwoman at a point and as commissioner, and we cannot thank you enough for your dedication to these issues.
Thank you so much.
And now we have another person who has shown himself to be a champion of these issues, and I'm really delighted to introduce to you the new chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, Patrick Weber. Patrick has been already so supportive of everything that we've been doing, and it has been a pleasure to be able to work with him. Again, I offer you the choice of the table. Okay.
Sorry.
See, our folk like to be among the people. They don't want to be elevated. This is why it's fun to work here.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Karen, for the introduction, and thank you to Commissioner Clyburn for being with us today. Chairman Pai was trying to get with us today as well, but he had conflict, so he wasn't able to attend this morning. But he again has done a tremendous amount of work in the short amount of time that he's been chairman on these important issues. As Karen mentioned, I'm the acting chief of CGB, and I've been back at the commission for about 2 months now. I was previously here from 2001 to 2010. And I got to spend a few years in CGB working on the DTV transition and some other issues, so I'm very happy to be back in CGB. I'm also happy to be here with you this morning, and I want to thank you for your time and commitment to the important issues that the committee will be addressing. You are the thought leaders, the movers and the shakers in the space of disability access. You're already actively engaged in a number of recommendations. Your Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee will be helping us to develop criteria to measure relay service quality. Your Video Programming Subcommittee is working on best practices for video description. Your Emergency Communications Subcommittee will be providing advice on emergency communications using real-time text, as well as on televised emergency information. And your Technology Transition Subcommittee is helping us address the challenges of compatibility and integration of real-time text with assistive technologies and relay services. Together, your work will greatly help the Bureau and the Commission be better informed about and achieve resolution on these important issues. But the DAC does not just provide assistance to the Commission. It also serves the members and their organizations and the communities that they serve. Working together, you learn from each other and can build consensus around critical concerns. This increased knowledge helps both the industry and people with disabilities and contributes to the likelihood of a positive outcome for everyone. Again, I thank each one of you for your service. I know that you have diverted much personal time and professional time to the DAC, and your efforts have been extremely helpful and much appreciated. I anticipate that we will continue to see many helpful recommendations in the days and weeks ahead. Again, thank you, and have a great meeting.
Thank you so much, Patrick. You know, one of the things that occurs sometimes when an administration changes is that you have to take a step back and figure out the new policies and the new practices. And one of the wonderful things about having Patrick back is that he's no stranger to the FCC. And so as a person who's been here before and is acquainted with these issues, we were able to dive right back in almost immediately into everything that we were working on before. So again, I want to thank you, Patrick, for speaking to us today and for what you've done and what you will be doing for this community. So now, if I could just why don't I just finish my remarks, then you're done with me and can move on to the rest. So the only thing I wanted to do was really welcome you here, and also I did want to mention, first of all, thank you again for all your time, your commitment, your resources. It's great to see all of you. Many of you I've seen a lot in the past week because we had the M-Enabling Conference, which this year attracted over 600 people, so it was the largest ever. The chairman spoke, and I urge you to read his remarks, which appeared in yesterday's Daily Digest. And what you'll see is, again, a considerable commitment to these issues. And we had a significant FCC presence. I'm looking at Robert McConnell standing over there, who just turned his back. So I'll tell him that I mentioned him. Susie and Will was there. Susie presented. Will participated, and various other people in the commission attended as usual. And kudos go to our remarkable outreach division who put together the ceremony on the Chairman's Awards. It is, as the Chairman said, the closest thing that we will get to the Academy Awards, that we can get to the Academy Awards, and it was wonderfully done and wonderfully executed. The winners of the awards, which are called the Awards for Advancement in Accessibility, for those of you who are not familiar, we nickname it the Chairman's AAA, recognize innovative achievements in outstanding private and public sector ventures as part of our continuing effort to promote innovations and best practices and solutions in accessible technologies, communications technologies. This year we had 4 winners and 2 honorable mentions. I just want to acknowledge those individuals here, as well as what we did at the M-Enabling Conference. The first winner was an AVA app, AVA, and it was designed to be a mobile application to connect multiple smartphones that uses microphones on each individual smartphone device to transcribe a conversation among several parties, and is particularly useful for people who are deaf and hard of hearing to communicate in group settings. The second one was Facebook's automatic alt text. And alt text is hidden text that screen readers speak aloud to describe an image that cannot be read by those devices. This technology enables people who are blind and visually impaired or print disabled to understand the content of photos, drawings, charts, and diagrams. It's a free feature on Facebook, and it uses artificial intelligence and object recognition to automatically generate alt text for such images. One of the things that these, well, not one of the things really, the thing that these technologies show is that with new technologies being developed every day, things are being done that we could not have even thought of, and all of these are examples. The Integrated Described Video Best Practices Guide, which is an Accessible Media Incorporated-led initiative created in collaboration with the Canadian Association of Broadcasters, as well as other broadcast service providers, described video practitioners, and members of the public, is a guide that encourages producers to naturally include more descriptive video text in their scripts, which actually reduces the need for video description, so you're integrating more audio dialogue. Next, that was the third winner. The fourth winner and final winner was VoiceView, and it was produced by Amazon. And what that does is speaks out loud text that is on screen as a person who is blind, visually impaired, or print disabled user, as that person navigates menu options and settings for video programming via the Amazon Fire TV stick with Alexa voice remote, which is a standalone, as you know, a standalone video streaming video programming device. And it allows users to customize the rate of speech, the volume, the key echo, etc. So again, a marvelous innovation. We also had two honorable mentions. First, the Aira app, AIRA, and that is a smartphone app and paid subscription service that connects blind users to sighted agents who use geolocation information, streaming video, and other interconnected devices to provide guidance and information about the user's surroundings. And finally, Teach Access, which is an initiative by industry, academia, and accessibility advocates that designed to expand the quality and quantity of undergraduate programs to teach the fundamentals of accessibility in fields such as design, computer science, and human-computer interaction. And this is very important because it is not easy to get a degree in accessibility design. There are very few universities and colleges that have such options. I think there's really only one or two in the country. Some universities may have courses, but there's not a whole lot out there, and this is designed to rectify that, which is really important, because as we're going forward, more and more companies are, in fact, focusing on accessible design right from the start. So I just wanted to mention those, and again, applaud the winners and the honorable mentions, and note that we anticipate having another round of AAA. I have no reason to believe why we would not have one next year. Sometimes it's hard to get nominations, so I encourage you to keep an eye out on innovations that you see. Anyone can nominate anything. You don't have to be the developer. If you see something that you like and it's introduced during this year, the year 2017, go for it. We've actually, even in the past, we nominated ourselves. So just getting an early start on this plug for the AAA awards, because we see that companies that are recognized are so appreciative, no matter how large or how small, of getting publicity about their product and getting the word out, and consumers learn about new products as well. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this, and now I hand the baton back.
Thank you. It's going to go back to,
I know,
you
I
want
have
to
a
say
quick
something?
announcement.
Go for it.
Hi, it's good to see everybody. This is Elaine Gardner. I just have a quick announcement. There's a cell phone that's been found, Kayla Gardner's cell phone. So if you are missing a cell phone, it's on stage right, over to my right-hand side. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move right along here. Thank you for those comments on enabling. I went, and I know many people here went. It was really another exciting event. So, Gerard, you get to go.
Good morning. I'm Gerard Williams. I am a sign language interpreter here in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau at CAOD, which is the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division. You likely know my voice if you are on this committee, or my face, you see me running around, but I've been given the opportunity to speak to you here, originally intended to be the other half of Will's presentation, so I'd be happy to reinforce those points even though we were separated by some wonderful remarks by some of our leadership. I want to talk a little bit about the philosophy behind hosting accessible meetings and then some specific tips for accessible meetings here in what we call the Commission Meeting Room, or the CMR. Firstly, I'll start off with a statement that accommodations are not accessibility. And I'm going to explain a little bit more about what I mean by that. And as advocates for accessibility and inclusion, I'm confident that everyone at this table is familiar with the concept of universal design, namely that accessibility and usability be fundamental principles taken into account at every stage of a product or a service's design and implementation. I'm here today to implore you to apply this same philosophy to accessibility of meetings. I can, for example, provide ASL interpreters and CART, a unique service we call teleechoing, support service providers. But if, for example, multiple people speak at the same time, I cannot make that meeting accessible. If, when asking, are there any questions before we move on, we do not allot sufficient time to allow for the various accommodations to all be caught up to the same place in our conversation, we have not made the meeting truly accessible to all of our participants. I'd like to ask you to consider a simple test for this. Is what I'm doing right now making this meeting more accessible, less accessible, or at the very least, leaving the accessibility of the meeting unmolested? I'd also like to ask for a subtle change in mindset reflected in a change in language. We often hear the phrase, please make sure to identify yourself by name for CART, or please speak slowly and clearly for the interpreters. I would argue that these accommodations need no special consideration. If you talk too quickly or don't use the microphone, my life as a sign language interpreter will go largely unchanged. I do not have a stake in the meeting personally and won't be negatively impacted by missing the information. It is the participants in the meeting who miss out. It is for everyone's benefit that we speak slowly, clearly, into the microphone and identify ourselves before talking. It is in the pursuit of the goal of hosting a meeting that puts all participants on an equal footing, rather than being something we do for the interpreters or for the CART provider. Lastly, I would ask that we practice patience. As everyone here knows, people with disabilities have unique and diverse needs. These needs can sometimes result in situations that create conflict. Audible information makes content accessible to some and impossible to follow by others. Rich visual information may make complex concepts easier to process for some and inscrutable to those who cannot see those visual aids. When we inevitably find ourselves at one of these friction points, I simply ask that we be willing to take the time to have the conversation about how we can do better. Would it be helpful if someone took the time to describe the chart? Would it work better if we gave everyone 10 minutes at their own pace to review a document before we proceed with our discussion rather than reading it aloud? Asking these important questions and checking in with participants at a meeting can create a space for rich dialogue and mutual respect that enriches all of us. Now, specifically to meetings going on in the Commission meeting room, namely today's meeting. Jeff Reardon and Steve Balderson are our AV and tech people in the CMR. I would like to take a moment to thank them for all of the work they do to keep this room running and meet all of our needs, including those of the interpreting team. Jeff and Steve are the ones who unmute your microphone when you are recognized to take the floor. This means that they must know both that you will be taking the floor, where you are sitting and which microphone you are using. And although they have a map of the microphones that they diligently make before every meeting, as you know, things get shifted, and sometimes it takes them a moment to determine which microphone they need to activate. Please be patient, and please do wait for them to have your microphone on before you speak. The participants relying on captioning or assistive listening devices rely on your use of the microphones. Further, please speak directly into your microphone. If you are too far from your microphone, which I will demonstrate for you slightly, I can be close to the microphone, but too far in front of a microphone. I can be too far from a microphone to the right or to the left. If I am off the microphone, it requires Jeff and Steve to turn the mic up very loud to capture you, potentially causing feedback in the room, and it may even mean that they can't tell from the signal they're getting whether you're on your microphone or your neighbor's microphone, which sometimes results in the confusion and a little bit of a delay in the meeting. If you're not sure whether you have a microphone in front of you, please feel free to say as much, and we'll make sure to get you one before you speak. For those of you using American Sign Language, please wait till the camera is on you to begin signing. This ensures that our online audience can see your message directly in American Sign Language without only relying on the interpretation, and that people who are in the room who may have conflicting sight lines can see you. Please also identify yourself by name before you speak, each and every time you speak. This helps to naturally slow down the pace of the meeting as well, and ensures that everyone, regardless of their use of an accommodation, knows who's talking. The accommodations team at the FCC, comprised of staff people, myself, and Lindsay Snyder, who is our other staff interpreter, do our best to ensure that your meetings run smoothly. And your help in prioritizing access can make a huge difference in the degree to which we are successful. If anyone has questions or concerns, I am always happy to discuss them. I don't think that we have much time left here in our slot, so I will offer that I am, of course, here all day and available during breaks if anyone would like to speak to me about accessibility, accommodations, or the other thing on which I am deeply entrenched, being a dad of 2 daughters under the age of 4.
Thank you, Gerard and Will. Do we have any questions about accessibility and accommodations from anyone? Yes, we do. I can't see your name tag, but go for it. And identify yourself, please.
So Brian is on camera, but John has his hand raised. Lisa.
Hello.
Lisa.
No.
Which one is that one? Which one was that one? Ryan or there's another speaker over there?
I can't see, so I don't know who it is. Can we try again? Do we have
Hello?
a microphone on the right here?
John Card, Dish Network. Okay.
Hold on for 1 second.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So actually, it's not a question. It was supposed to be a very quick comment. I would ask that a transcript and actually maybe even a recording of what Gerard just presented to us be published on the FCC's website for all of the meetings the FCC conducts. I think you encapsulated very well a lot of very good advice that could be useful here, other industry meetings, and frankly anywhere. And I'm not aware that that information has been presented that clearly and that succinctly in other venues. So that was it. It's supposed to be a very short comment. Thank you very much.
This is Karen. Thank you for that suggestion. We'll take it under advisement. Even if we can't publish it on our website, we will be hopefully able to bullet out the points and send them to this committee.
This is Lisa. I recognize Brian.
I'd like to make an additional modification to the list that we went over of communication rules that were just shared with us. This is Brian Unashko speaking. I'd like to add a sentence that there be a 3-second rule, so that every time a person completes their comment, that there be a 3-second pause that will give the deaf-blind members of the committee a chance to catch up with everything that has been said. and often between speakers is when interpreters switch. So just having that 3-second pause will ensure that we are on the same page when the next person has the floor. So I thought Gerard was still speaking, for example, and in fact somebody else had the floor at that moment.
This is Lisa again. That's a really good suggestion. Here's what happens when we get moving. We sometimes forget. So please feel free to nudge us, anyone to slow things down when that's needed, okay? But we will do our best to try. Christian is next.
This is Christian Wiggler speaking. Thank you, Gerard, for those wonderful comments. And I agree with everything that was shared and would like to echo Brian's and make it one addition. I think that the chairs of the committee, because they have the responsibility of facilitating the meeting, it is an extra burden for them to ensure that everyone's following all of the rules. So I think it all begins with not all of the members maybe know the rules. It's very easy to forget in different moments. So there's no malicious intent. It's just important that we remind ourselves every time to ensure we're waiting a few seconds. And you shouldn't be afraid to remind people. And the more that we do that, the more it becomes habit.
This is Lisa again. That was, I agree. We sometimes forget. And so thank you, Christian, I agree. Just nudge us, anybody here, if we've forgotten one of our rules, we will do our best to comply. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Sam then.
Thank you all for this great discussion. We're going to move back to roll call. Before we do that, I'd like to thank Tim at Powderly and Apple Computer for the generous donation of refreshments. So if you haven't had any coffee or refreshments, please help yourself over by the door. And so we are going to continue on now with roll call. As I mentioned, I am Sam Yale with SSP BART Group, and then moving to my left.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America.
Rosen Singleton with the Disability Rights Office at the FCC.
Good morning. I'm Rosaline Crawford with the Disability Rights Office at the FCC.
And good morning. This is Will Schell from the Disability Rights Office of the FCC.
Good morning. This is Phyllis Ginvin with the Association of University Centers on Disability.
Good morning. Maggie Nygren with the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities.
Everett Bacon with the National Federation of the Blind.
Jerry Parkins, Comcast Cable.
Linda Vanderloop, AT&T.
Jerry Barrier with the Perkins School for the Blind, the National Deaf-Blind Equipment Distribution Program. Where's the guy? Should be right in front of you there somewhere. What, your left, right? There you go.
Gotta love it when blind people are trying to find the microphone. Good morning, everyone. This is Scott Dabbard representing Helen Keller National Center.
Good morning. This is Tony Stevens with the American Council of the Blind.
Good morning. Joshua Pila representing National Association of Broadcasters.
Good morning. Diane Burstein with NCTA.
Buenos días, María Victoria Díaz, representing the needs of American citizens with disabilities who prefer to speak in Spanish.
BJ Gallagher, Speech Communications Assistance by Telephone.
Good morning, Tim Crittenden from the U.S. Access Board, and I'd also like to say how much we appreciate the Commissioner's remarks on the completion of our rulemaking. I would just like to say that it was thanks to the support of many of the people in this room and in the larger community that made that possible. So I would like to thank you. It takes a village.
Good morning. I'm Ron Pipler, a consumer from Montana.
Good morning. This is Richard Ray with the City of Los Angeles Department on Disability. And I am the Technology Access Coordinator. Good morning. This is Gary Bem from the RIT NTID National Technical Institute for the Deaf. Good morning. I am Isidore Nyongabo, and I represent the National Black Deaf Advocates. Good morning. I am Christian Vogler, and I am the Director for the Gallaudet Rehabilitation, Engineering, and Research Center on Technology for Deaf and Hard of Hearing People. And good morning. My name is Zainab Alkebski, and I am with the National Association for the Deaf. Hi, everyone. This is Claude Stout, and I am with the Telecommunications for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Incorporated. Hi, this is Eddie Martinez, Jr., and I am representing TCS Associates / the ICC trainers.
Good morning. Very happy to be back with you all. I am Brian Unashko. I'm a deafblind consumer advocate.
Good morning. Zachary Bastian, Verizon.
Hello, this is Michael Scott with the Disability Rights Office at the FCC.
And I'm Robert McConnell, and I'm also with the Disability Rights Office here at the FCC.
Hello, this is John Card from Dish Network.
Hi, Kara Romanino with CTIA.
Hello, this is Elliot Greenwald with the Disability Rights Office here at the FCC.
Hi, it's Karen Strauss again at the FCC. Governmental Affairs Bureau.
Does it reach? It does, I think.
You can take mine.
I got it.
Hi, this is Elaine Gardner. I'm with the Disability Rights Office of the FCC, and I'm the designated federal officer for the DAC. Thanks so much for coming again. I have a couple of little announcements before we go on. For those of you who would like wireless access for your devices, the access key is FCC 823-302. We will have a break. There's coffee and refreshments in the corner, and I just want to remind everybody that the restrooms are out of the right-hand door on my right and down the hall. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Elaine. Next, I would like to introduce, we're going to have a presentation from the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division, and so I would like to introduce Sherry Dawson, who's going to be speaking with us this morning.
Good morning. I'm Sherry Dawson. I'm Deputy Chief of the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division. I want to thank Lisa and Elaine and the rest of the DAC members for allowing us the opportunity to present with you today. Some of you we know or we've seen because normally we're the ones who greet you at the door for these meetings, but it's good to have a formal or official introduction. The Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division, we are tasked with getting information out to the public about what the FCC does. Specifically provide consumer information so they can make sound and informed decisions when making telecommunications services and products. As part of since it's such a huge part of our daily lives, we want to make sure that that information is given so they can make sound decisions. We do this in a variety of ways. We have consumer guides that we have available online. We go out, especially to DC area events and activities, and have those consumer guides to give out. We talk directly to consumers about any concerns that they may have with their current telecom issues. We have presentations here. We host webinars. We've done a few on robocalls, and we did a successful one about our Consumer Help Center. We plan showcases and expos. If budget allows, we go out to national organizations, annual conferences, and exhibit there, and also give out our consumer information. We do email blasts that talk about any relevant issues that may happen here at the agency. And the purpose is to try to get all consumers, every consumer, as much information as we can. So we partner with a lot of organizations and agencies, specifically grassroots organizations, because we definitely want to try to reach all consumers. So we actually target specific constituencies. African American, Asian American, Pacific Islander, Hispanic, seniors, youth, and persons with disabilities. We go out and talk to them, try to get information to them, but an also important part of what we do is take information from them and bring it back to the commission so it can be part of the actual policy and rulemaking process of the commission. I would like the group to come up and talk more about what they do and what they've done and who they are. And the first person I'd like to have come up is our newest member of the division, our new acting chief, Anita Day.
Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see such a full room. This is a great turnout. Thank you so much for inviting us to be here today. This is really lovely. As Sherry said, I just joined the division. I joined on Monday, so this is a great way to end my first week. Before joining the division, I was part of the bureau chief staff, also doing outreach work. So the work will remain familiar, just new faces for me. Some of you may know that I've had the pleasure of working on some accessibility work already, including direct video calling outreach. So I'll be continuing that work in my role with the division and taking on more work, I'm sure. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you. So later, Sherry is going to talk about some contact sheets that we have in the back of the room. My information did not make the large print and Braille versions. It is on the standard version. So I'd like to give you my email address right now, in case anybody would like it. It is anita.dey@fcc.gov. And if you didn't have a chance to take that down and you would like to reach me, you can contact any of the other folks in the division whose information is on that contact sheet in the back, and they can put you in touch with me. So I was glad to have this chance to say hello to you, but I will turn it back to Sherry to continue to be the MC for this session, because she has been working with the team on this well before I joined the division, so it's only fair to give it back to her. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Anita. I'm a career employee at the FCC. I'm not going to say how long I've been here, but it's been my entire career. And I've been with CAOD for about the past 10 years, maybe even 12. So I've seen a lot of things and been through a lot of transitions. I'm looking forward to this new chairman's vision. I think we have a lot to talk about, and we're going to have a lot of good things to do. I handle most of the administrative portion of the division management, the budget, personnel, management reports, things like that. I do help with the creation of the consumer campaigns. I'm going to have the staff talk more about that when they come up. Kayla Hernandez Ujoa is our Associate Division Chief. She is not here today. She is on vacation, but she is a crucial part of our team. She does spend more time with the staff in reference to the creation and the execution of the campaigns. Kayla came here when we were doing the digital TV outreach. She was in charge of the Hispanic outreach, and luckily we were able to keep her, and she just does an excellent job of whatever she does. So I wanted to make sure that her name was mentioned. The first team that will be coming up will be our disability team. So come on up, and ladies, and introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Jones, and I'm a Consumer Education and Information Specialist with the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division. I've been with the division for 13 years and the commission for 22 years. Currently, I'm working with the disability team and the post-incentive auctions team. I work closely with our Deputy Sherry Dawson on budget for CAOD events, as well as other personnel duties. I'm also responsible for providing updated monthly reports on CAOD events, their outcomes, and future plans. I gather statistics for CAOD webinars, email blasts, and social media campaigns to determine how many consumers we reach on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is DeAndrea Wilson, and I'm an outreach specialist. And like my colleagues, I'm a member of several teams. The post-incentive auction team, Charlie Meesh, will come up later and expand on the progress that the team is doing. The distracted driving team, my colleague Celeste will be up later to tell you about the dangers that distraction driving can cause. Also, the disability team. As part of the disability team, I have the honor of working with organizations that advocate on behalf of persons with disability. We are working on several projects for this fiscal year, and I will love the pleasure of working with you guys on those. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Becky Lockhart, and I'm an outreach specialist as well. And I work on several teams. We all do. We kind of cross over in consumer segments, so we have a really good team. Then we work well together, and we also work with DRO a lot. And our other division, our web and print publishing division, which creates our online consumer guides. And in addition to that, I work on our webpage. We have our own outreach webpage, which is www.fcc.gov/outreach. So on our page, DeAndrea helps me do our updating along with information from the whole team. So we just highlight the different outreach activities that we do and have different consumer tips and upcoming events and past events. A couple months ago, we did a webinar on the Consumer Help Center, which is our online portal of how you can learn more consumer information and where you would go to file a complaint. And Robert McConnell was one of our presenters, along with some other people in the division. So that's also on our webpage. So we really encourage everyone to check out our webpage to see what we have going on. And we do update it frequently. So that's a good way to kind of stay in touch with what we're doing. And the next project we're working on now is next month, as you probably are aware of, is the 27th anniversary of the American with Disability Act, the ADA. So we're working on a campaign just to kind of highlight some facts and some things that the Commission has done over the years to help telecommunications, especially in terms of access for persons with disabilities. So stay tuned and check out our social media outlets. We have a Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, where we also do a lot of our social media campaigns and messaging. So you can find links to those on our main fcc.gov webpage. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chantel Virgil. I'm an outreach assistant with the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division. I've been with the division for 2 years. However, I've been with the commission for 15 years. Initially, starting my work with CAOD, I was immediately put on the disability team, the best team, in my opinion. We have a lot of fun. It's a lot of education. And so I'll highlight just 2 of the initiatives that I am working on. The first being the Chairman's AAA. Thank you, Karen, for stealing my thunder. No, that's fine. We work very well with DRO and bringing together the Chairman's AAA. And Karen has already gone into what it is that we do. However, the CAOD is responsible for not only the ceremony, but also the application process. We help the selection committee, thank you selection committee, for choosing the winners and the recommendations. And so that's our input in it. We've completed the 6th annual Chairman's AAA just this past Tuesday, and it was an awesome event. We had our music. Everything went well. The second initiative is outreach for cognitive disabilities. And for us, that was an exciting challenge. When we were presented with it, our initial reaction was to understand what the challenges are, what telecommunication challenges people with cognitive disabilities face. So we initially educated ourselves as well as the commission through various events, highlighting maybe Autism Month, Alzheimer's education, and other events. And so we are continuing with that education. We're continuing with that outreach and building those bridges and building those opportunities to communicate with people with disabilities, people without disabilities, people. And so we look forward to doing that. Thank you.
That's it? Yes, thanks, Nate.
Okay, next I want our, I'm going to call them our youth outreach team to come up. So that will be Alma and Celeste.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Celeste McCrae. I'm a Consumer Education and Outreach Specialist with CGB. I've been with the division for 9 years and the commission for 23 years. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the teams, the campaigns, and constituency groups that I'm working with. So I do work with 2 teams. That's the Post-Incentive Auctions team and the robocalls team. The campaign that I work with pretty much for the last 9 years is the National Consumer Protection Week campaign. And this campaign is hosted by the Federal Trade Commission, and it occurs the first full week in March. So we also have, in February, we have a congressional kickoff where we have an opportunity to meet congressmen and senators and staffers to discuss some of the important issues at the FCC. I'm also involved with many partnership meetings with some of our other government entities, and I'm involved with 3 constituency groups. So the first one is Asian American Pacific Islanders, and I'll let my colleague, Ms. Diana Coho, talk a little bit more about that. African American Leaders, which we attend national, regional, and state conferences. We hold partnership meetings here at the FCC as well as roundtables. And the last group, which I think is the second best group, is the youth outreach team. And within the youth outreach, we do distracted driving. So with distracted driving, we host a number of events. We've had a distracted driving technology showcase here at the FCC. We participate in conferences. National conferences. We also house the Distracted Driving Clearinghouse website, and there you could find a list of technology groups as well as consumer advocacy groups. So thank you so much for your time. That's all for me, and I want to introduce you to my colleague, Ms. Alma Hughes. Thanks.
Thank you, Celeste. Good morning. My name is Alma Hughes with the Consumer Education Outreach Specialist. I've been working with CAOD for a little over 2 years, and I've been with the FCC for a little over 34 years. My outreach is to the youth audience, to schools, churches, and youth organizations in which I inform them of telecommunication issues that may affect their everyday lives. I also help create consumer-friendly outreach materials. Some of the telecommunication issues may include the dangers of texting while driving, protect your smart device, text to 911, and how to protect yourself online. As part of the outreach, I visit schools, elementary, middle, and high schools, and churches. I've led presentations to youth organizations that visit the FCC, such as the Keys Development Group of Baltimore, Maryland, and the Foundation for Rural Service Group. Currently during this month, I'm working with Celeste on a June campaign that we named Schools Out. There's a song that if I could sing, I would sing it for you, Schools Out. During this campaign, packages were sent out to school systems within the DMV areas and select states. In that package, it included consumer guides along with a flyer with telecommunication tips to help the parents and students make their summer vacation safer. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. We do have a couple of men on our staff. I didn't want to... Anthony Butler, who works on our seniors team, our robocalls team, and he actually is normally one of the people that greet you. He's actually out today. He is also a great asset to our team, but I didn't want you to think that it was just women. Anthony works on the seniors team, and Diana Coho is coming up. She will be talking about the seniors outreach as well as some other things that we do at the division. So Diana, come on up.
Thank you, Sherry. Good morning, members of the DAC. Thank you for allowing us to present today. As Sherry mentioned, one of the areas that I have been working on is for older Americans outreach. This is definitely busy throughout the year, but we just came off sort of the height of the season, which is every May is Older Americans Month. So we had a webinar here where we talked about consumer issues, including robocalls, which is our number one complaint. We had a presenter from the Connect to Health team who talked about the benefits of telehealth, as well as Susan Barr from DRO, who talked about accessible communication. So that's on our site. If you would ever want to look at that, we can send you the link. We did another one with N4A, which was similar and is posted on their site. Some of the work with older Americans crosses over in some of the same issues with the Disability Rights Office. Age-related vision and hearing loss, manual dexterity, cognitive disabilities, communicating in emergencies, and text to 911 are some of the issues and areas that I've worked on. As Celeste mentioned, I also work with her and Sherry and some of the others on Asian American and Pacific Islanders outreach. We exhibit at events throughout the nation. We also organize partnership meetings with national, regional, and local groups to try to get the information to the target audience through the groups that represent them. we've also had some policy roundtables and discussions to help us inform our outreach campaigns, so that right from the beginning stages, we try to do our best to reach the target audiences as efficiently as possible and get them information from the sources that they trust and the media outlets that they visit and go to. A lot of partnerships and advocacy groups that I've worked with include digital literacy, broadband adoption, and work with a lot of other federal agencies, including HUD, Department of Education, Department of Commerce, and USDA. Some of our goals are to get older Americans online and other non-adopters, and also, for various reasons why people have trouble either accessing or affording broadband and other type of communication services. So, in addition to that, I provide research and writing support for different things that are going on in the division. You've seen us around. We just try to help out however we can, and definitely we document and provide Becky with the input for the webpage. So if you need anything, let us know, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. And last but definitely not least, the interpreters. The sign language interpreters are part of my division. So Gerard Williams and Lindsay Snyder, if you're here, can you make yourselves be known? Lindsay's okay. They do all of the sign language interpreting for the entire agency. They manage the contracted sign language interpreters that have been working here today and work every day with them. They are swamped, and I hate to say I love it, but they're swamped. So if you all could give them a round of applause, just because of what they do. That's pretty much the end of our presentation. We have a handout in the back that kind of gives an overview of what everyone has said. It has everyone's contact information on it. And we're providing that because we want to be able to work with all of you. We are trying to make sure that we do our best at reaching all consumers. The disability team is the newest team, and it is a challenging responsibility to try to make sure that we're doing it properly and making sure that we are taking everyone's strengths into consideration when we do our outreach efforts. So if you have a chance, please pick up the handout, and there's also a sign-up sheet. As I said before, we do email blasts to our contacts and partners on relevant issues that happen throughout the agency. We'll just shoot out an email blast saying what's going on, and are welcoming any feedback that you have, whether it be in reference to rulemaking or whether it be in reference to our outreach efforts, because we definitely want to make sure that we are doing the best for everyone involved and everyone concerned. So does anyone have any questions for me while I'm here? If not, you can definitely give, hi Claude.
Hi, this is Claude speaking. So just off the top of your head, maybe, could you tell us how many calls you receive through the direct video communication call center?
I can't. Anita, do you have that information, or is that something we have to get back to Claude with?
Hi, this is Robert McConnell. And I work with DRO. To answer your question, Claude, I would say on average we get about 5 to 10 calls a day at the call center. And with that, then I guess we would say about 100 to 200 calls per month. And if we want to talk about yearly, we'd say 1,000 to 2,000 calls we can imagine processing in a year. So our caseload is a direct line to the community, and as you may be aware, we've seen a significant increase in the number of calls to the call center as opposed to when it was taking place over VRS. People do reach out to us, and we know that they never would have otherwise would we have not given them this avenue. So those are the numbers, and we do publish them on the website. You can see them yourselves. For Q2, those numbers for this year are posted at the end of every month, and I am more than happy to share them with the group directly.
Claude, again.
This is Claude. Thank you for offering to share the data on the direct video call center numbers. I think that's very important, because if the commission is getting direct input from the deaf and hard of hearing consumers and the community, that's a wonderful boon. I think otherwise people may not be filing through the traditional methods. And I think that the FCC benefits from that direct interaction. So I just want to thank you for that effort.
Okay.
Al, you can go ahead with your question next.
Just waiting for the camera. I'd like to take this opportunity to share my current feelings about what you just mentioned, the services that you want to serve everyone here. I'm remembering I've been coming to the FCC for a long time. About 27 years ago, the FCC had nothing in place for people with disabilities. There was just nothing in place. I had to pay and bring my own interpreter to come to communicate with people here at the FCC. When I asked the FCC to handle that expense, they were refused. I just want to sort of see how far we have come. And it's just a wonderful opportunity for us to take a moment and thank you for a job very well done.
Thank you. One last thing, I want to say there's also, for the handout, thank you Terry Pacheco from WPPD, who was able to do Braille and large print on the handout. So I want to make sure that I gave her kudos. Thank you very much. Oh, Lisa. One more question. I'm sorry.
We have one more question. Go ahead, Evan.
Hi, this is Everett Bacon with the National Federation of the Blind. I thank you very much for your presentation and really appreciate all the work that you're doing. I was wondering, does anyone from your outreach team, do you travel out into the different states to give presentations and to educate the public on what things are available for people with disabilities?
We don't have a very big budget at all. Everett, so not often, which is why we do try to go to the national conferences if our budget allows. Normally, in that way, we can hopefully get a piece of a little bit of America there, and hopefully the sheets, consumer guides that we have available, persons can take it out to their communities. We do try to speak to as many people as we can when we're at those events, but being such a small agency and our outreach team is one of the smallest divisions here, we don't have as much of an opportunity as I would like to. But hopefully that could change. Maybe.
And I'm going to take the privilege of being acting chief to add to that. As Sherry mentioned, given our budget situation is strained, we actually look to partnerships with organizations like yours to be able to get the word out to people to know what is available. So that's part of the work that we're doing. That's part of the work that we're looking to expand, especially in our work with the disability community. So if you would be interested in giving us a hand, if you perhaps have ideas about where work needs to happen, what states perhaps need more education about what kind of accessibility is available to consumers, please let us know. Please do sign up in the back. Please drop us a note, and we would welcome your input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Karen. If I could just add to that, there's multiple other ways as well that we try to get the word out. I realize that this is more of a passive means, but we have consumer guides for virtually every issue that we work on our website. We have actively Access Info. This is a good opportunity to, again, remind you or people that are watching this over the web that if you want to keep up with any of the activities that we have, the rulemakings, other information, public notices, subscribe to Access Info. All you have to do is send an email to us at accessinfo, ACCESSINFO, @fcc.gov, and you will get updates on activities and proceedings addressing disability-related matters. Also, as Sherry mentioned, in addition to attending national conferences, we look at other bureaus when we know that they're going to some local events, and we can give them information to pass out as well. So even if our budget is small, we stretch it as much as possible when we know people are going to different locations.
All right. Thank you to Sherry and the CAOD staff for that great presentation. Next, we're going to hear some updates from the Disability Rights Office. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Susie Rosen-Singleton and the DRO staff.
Can we, before we go, I'm sorry, I didn't see that Al wanted to make another comment here, so before I turn it over to Susie, Al, go ahead, please.
This is Allison Enstrahl speaking with the Deaf Seniors of America, and I do want to respond briefly to Karen. I'm sorry. Karen? I want to just want to respond quickly.
Oh, it's
Is it?
I should have known.
Is it possible?
Okay, what? You repeat. Thank you.
Is it possible for the FCC to have a press release and share it with different organizations? So, for example, DSA has a newsletter on the website, and we would be happy to post any press releases from the FCC to help get the word out, specifically to deaf senior citizens, as a way, to let them know that they can reach out to the FCC directly. Could we do that?
This is Karen. Are you talking about a press release specifically on reaching out, or are you talking about a press release on specific topics?
This is Al. Like you mentioned about the Access Info, helping spread the word that people can reach out to FCC directly. And really just get the word out over what Access is all about. I think there are a lot of people who don't necessarily know what's going on out there.
This is Karen. It's a really interesting idea. Let me take it back. And I know that this is a concern of ours as well. We do a lot of wonderful things here. We have a lot of wonderful rules, and we're always concerned that not everybody tunes into events like this and they just don't know about all the protections that they now have, especially owing to the many rules that we adopted over the last 8 years implementing the CBAA. So I think it's a really interesting idea. Let me take it back and see whether we can issue some kind of, if not a press release, a public notice or something, alerting people about how they can learn about their rights under our laws and how they can find out information about what we do.
Sure. But what I'm talking specifically about is a press release about your press releases.
No, I understand.
Right? So that people know.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're talking about a press release about our Access Info list, about our consumer guides.
Yes, precisely.
About what's on our website, etc. Yes, I get what you're saying. So, again, let me take it back and see what we could do. Before I get up, are there any other questions for me? Okay, I will be back.
Bye-bye.
I have a meeting, I will be back.
All right, thank you. And with that, we are going to move on to the presentation from the DRO staff, which includes Susie Rosen-Singleton, Will Shell, Susan Barr, and Elliot Greenwald. And Rosalind Crawford. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to forget you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I am pleased to have the opportunity to catch you all up about your DRO updates, and it is truly fitting because we heard this morning about consumer outreach. So I would like to add to that exactly what DRO has been doing in that area, because we do not only do rulemaking in DRO, we do a lot of outreach. As you know, if you have rules that no one knows about, it is very, very difficult for you to implement them effectively, so we are very mindful of the need to have effective outreach as well. I'd like to talk a little bit about that before I move on to the rest of the team to talk more about our rulemaking proceedings. First, I will talk a little bit more about exactly what we have been doing with consumer outreach and our resources. Since March 21st, last DAC meeting, we have hosted 2 webinars that have been mentioned, but first was the Consumer Help Center webinar. We had Robert McConnell from DRO, who presented in American Sign Language about how to file a complaint about accessibility concerns. And that webinar is archived on the web. I'm sure you can find that by typing in a web search, FCC Consumer Help Center webinar. I'm certain that it would come up, and I would encourage you to take a look at that description. Those explanations have a lot to recommend them. They talk about how to find consumer guides. We talk a lot about consumer guides, but where do you find them on our website? That webinar will get you the information about where you need to be. Secondly, about how to file a complaint. And third, how to look at the overall complaint data. We do have a dashboard on our website that allows people to review what the trends are for issues that people are complaining about. The second webinar was hosted on May 22nd, and you already heard, but Sue Barr presented from the Disability Rights Office about disability rules, specifically hearing aid compatibility, TRS, or relay services, emergency access, video description, and closed captioning. And this webinar focused on older Americans. We do look at other ideas to any opportunities that we have to spread the word about disability-specific work that we're engaged in at the FCC. Our attorneys do go to different speak at webinars and events to get that word out. The next work stream at DRO is about accessible video in ASL, American Sign Language. One was just released this past Monday, and that video has to do with direct video calling, or DVC as we refer to it. As you know, since June of 2014, we've implemented a system for direct video calling, but we want to make sure that people know about that. Robert talked a little bit about it already, about what it is, but I would also like to unveil this video here, and I encourage you to repost. Your organizations can certainly share this video to get the word out. We do rely on your help to disseminate this information. Without further ado, we will go to the video. Direct video calling, customer support in American Sign Language, FCC. Hello, the FCC has set up direct video calling, DVC services. You can call us to request information, file an informal complaint, or request dispute assistance. At the FCC, I'm the one who takes your call. Now I've got a call from a consumer. Go ahead, be the next one to call. Direct video calling, FCC. Complaints? Questions? Feedback? Call us today. 844-4-FCC-ASL. Video phone 844-432-0000. 2275. Okay, that was short and sweet, but I think that it is important that we get the word out about this service, and we encourage all of your various entities and groups to consider implementing DVC in your offices as well, because it really does help increase accessibility for the public who want to get information about your respective organizations. So please do consider that if you don't already have that available, and you can certainly reach out to us to talk more about implementing that. The video you just saw is posted to Instagram, Facebook, and so forth. We already have some social media channels that we use at the FCC to help get the word out. You can find that video also on our DRO homepage as well. And moving forward, we will be working on more American Sign Language videos. It is not as easy as it may seem. There is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes in order to successfully create a video, so please bear with us as we try to get our videos out. We do want to make more ASL videos about substantive topics that are relevant to the FCC. Some people have asked, what is real-time text, for example? Or what are the documents that we're releasing really saying? I know that we can get some very complex legal documents that are released at the Commission, and we are working diligently to try to get these released in a timely fashion. So please do keep an eye out. We will be continuing to release more ASL videos. The other area that we focus on that is not a rulemaking proceeding, but is reporting. For example, on April 21st, there was a report about the results of the emergency alerting system test that happened in September. The report talks about the results of that test, how accessible that test was found to be. So the bottom line is that the test does have room for improvement. And we want to help other bureaus at the Commission look at disability-specific issues that relate to everything that we do at the Commission, which is a very big challenge. And it is not only that our office addresses our own rulemakings, but we try to involve ourselves in all the rulemakings at the Commission. We also do consumer outreach at conferences, and as Sherry just said, we also do not have a big budget for a lot of that. But we do recognize the importance of going out to meet the people where they are in your national conferences, and we do try to attend. We may not be able to attend on a consistent basis, but we try to rotate around to make appearances wherever we can. This summer we have a number of conferences coming up with disability organizations we're looking forward to attending. We were just at the NENA conference, the National Emergency Numbering Association conference. Michael Scott from our office attended that, and we have a few more conferences that are coming up shortly. With that, I certainly hope that we can continue our important consumer outreach obligations here and collaborating with CAOD here. DRO is not just a rulemaking shop, but rulemaking is certainly an important part of our work as well. And with that, I will be turning it over to Elliot Greenwald, who can talk more about TRS proceedings. Elliot?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be back here at the DAC again. And I'll give you a report on a TRS update since our last DAC meeting. And the real big item that happened, the last DAC meeting was on March 21st, and 2 days later, on March 23rd, the Commission voted the VRS improvements order. Some of you are familiar with that. Others may not be as familiar. And basically that was a report and order, notice of inquiry, and further notice of proposed rulemaking and an order. The FCC authorized two trials, one for skills-based routing and the other for deaf interpreters. Basically, for those who are not familiar with skills-based routing, what the FCC did was it now permits a VRS user to request a interpreter with particular skills, and there are 3 categories of skills that an interpreter can request: either legal, medical, or technical computer support. And so what would happen is the person would then be put in a special queue for one of those 3 types of interpreters, and then would have the benefit of somebody who's particularly knowledgeable in those areas doing the interpreting. The formal trial period is scheduled to begin on August 1st. And this past June 1st was when the providers were required to make an election as to whether they wanted to participate in the trial or not. Each of the providers made a tentative, a conditional, expressed a conditional interest in participating in the trial. They're waiting to, they would like to wait to find out what the rates will be to see whether they can support skills-based routing. And so we have pending before us a request by Sorensen Communications whether to delay the start date of the trial. And basically during the skills-based routing, the providers will be compensated at the applicable rates. And several rules were waived so they could participate in their trial. One was the requirement that all calls be answered in the order received, because somebody requesting a skill gets moved to a special queue. The speed of answer rule, because we are not expecting somebody put in a skills-based trial, skills-based queue to have their call answered may not be answered within the speed of answer requirement. The rule that the interpreter stay with the call for 10 minutes, because if somebody's switching to a skills-based interpreter, skills-based CA, they would obviously be not with the same CA, and the sequential call rule. The trial participants will collect and submit data to the TRS Fund Administrator with their monthly request for compensation. And then the second trial that the FCC approved for is really on the same schedule as the skills-based trial, and that's a trial of deaf interpreters. A deaf interpreter is someone who is deaf who will assist a hearing interpreter to better understand somebody who may be difficult, someone who speaks American Sign Language but may be difficult to understand, but somebody who is deaf might be able to better understand that person and assist the hearing interpreter. And so that trial is under the same schedule, and Sorensen also requested a delay of that start date so that everybody can make their final decision after the VRS rates are decided, and that petition is pending before the commission as to whether to change the start date or not. The commission made a couple of decisions on the speed of answer rule. One was that the speed of answer data for the providers will be published on a semi-annual basis, so that way consumers can look at our website, look at the comparisons of speed of answers, and can make choices based upon speed of answer if that's an important consideration for the consumer. So I'm going to skip over a few of the more technical details that are, and go on to save time, move on to the next issue, which is the commission authorized the assignment of ITRS numbers to hearing persons, so a hearing person who can speak ASL can have a TRS number and be able to speak directly with someone who uses sign language, and therefore not be required to use video relay service to speak directly to someone, to VRS, to a video user. These numbers will be coded so they could be used for point-to-point video calling only. And hearing persons would obviously not be able to make VRS calls using TRS numbers. And those rules are not yet in effect because we have, for somebody to obtain those numbers, the provider has to obtain certain information that's subject to Paperwork Reduction Act approval by the Office of Management and Budget, and that process is underway to obtain PRA approval. And I won't go into all the details as to the type of information that needs to be submitted to the providers. The Commission also approved a pilot program for at-home VRS call handling so that CAs can work at home and don't have to work in a call center. This is subject to a number of protections to protect the privacy of the call and other protections to protect the oversight and supervision of the interpreters, of the CAs, to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. The pilot program is scheduled to begin November 1st for a 12-month period, and then the providers are required to give a report at this of the first 6 months of the pilot program, so that the Commission has data to figure out whether to make that into a permanent program. The Commission also adopted a notice of inquiry on service quality metrics for VRS. And the Commission is seeking comment on performance goals and whether performance goals for establishing appropriate performance goals for the VRS program, whether to align performance goals with the requirement to ensure, to the extent possible, the availability of people with disabilities of telephone service as functionally equivalent to services used by individuals who do not need TRS, whether performance goals should also align with the FCC's obligation to ensure that TRS is provided in the most efficient manner and to encourage the use of existing technology and to not discourage or impair the development of improved technology as required by the Communications Act, and whether the use of mainstream and off-the-shelf technologies that do not rely on VRS can serve the communications needs of individuals who are deaf, hard of hearing, deaf-blind, or have speech disabilities. And of course, we spent some time in the last few minutes talking about direct video calling and how that can provide a much better calling experience for someone who uses ASL. Performance measures that we're seeking comment on is how to define measurements that will provide empirical evidence to inform both the FCC's VRS policy decisions and provide consumers with information to make informed choices in selecting VRS providers. Whether the derivation of data used to measure service quality should be overseen by the TRS fund administrator or otherwise developed through arrangements with independent third parties. Whether to measure functional equivalence using the following metrics: quality and accuracy of interpretation, technical voice and video quality, interoperability and portability, percentage and frequency of dropped or disconnected calls and service outages, and whether there are other concrete measurable metrics the FCC could employ to measure the quality of service among VRS providers. The notice of inquiry also had requested comment on whether there are anecdotal evidence of calls made to VRS CAs made for the sole purpose of harassing or threatening a CA. And we also asked about swatting, which is a phone call made by somebody for the purpose. It's basically a fake 911 call for the purpose of deploying first responders to. They send them to somebody's house where there's no emergency, which of course is a very dangerous activity because swatting puts people's lives in danger when first responders are sent out, and the only person in the house is somebody who belongs there. And we've seen some incidents of that caused with IP relay, and we've adopted some measures to bring that under control. And we're inquiring as to whether that is an issue with VRS. Now, on the notice of inquiry, the comment period, comment deadline was May 30th, but reply comments are still due June 26th, so there's still an opportunity to respond to file reply comments. The item that was adopted in March also included a further notice of proposed rulemaking, sought comment on VRS rates. The comment period on that has finished. We are busy at work working on a rate order, and I won't go into a lot of the details on the rate issues. We also asked for comment on server-based routing, and whether the Commission rules, right now the Commission rules require that VRS calls be routed to the URD based upon the user's IP address, and instead under server-based routing, the routing would be to the server of the VRS provider. And so and this is basically the providers have been moving the direction of server-based routing. It's improved technology over the TRS URD, and so we've asked for comment on that to basically formalize in our rules the authority to use server-based routing. On that issue, also the reply comments are due on June 26th. We also sought comments on the use of enterprise and public video phones to basically adopt protections to ensure that those who are using enterprise and public video phones are eligible users. So we've proposed a login procedure for VRS users, login and PIN procedure. We've also asked whether that the VRS provider, whether we should require VRS providers to also submit this registration information to the TRS URD for each public and enterprise video phone. The proposal a little different for enterprise than for public, because public phones are under the control of the VRS provider, whereas enterprise phones are under the control of the enterprise where they're placed, and so whether there be some sort of registration process so that the person who controls the phone would provide certain registration information about the phone, and then of course the eligible users could then use the phone. And the comments on that are also due June 26th. We've also included a proposal to amend the rules to allow providers of direct video call customer support services to access the TRS numbering directory. We've also asked, those comments are also, the reply comments are due June 26th on that. We've also asked for further comment on per-call validation procedures. This is more of a technical rule, to allow either the TRS URD or the TRS numbering directory to be used for the per-call validation procedures. And that comment period for that has already passed. We've also asked whether to include in the annual budget research and development that would be paid for by the TRS fund, and because the original TRS, the research and development allocation, has been exhausted, and that comment period has passed, and a few other rules to whether to prohibit non-service related inducements to sign up for VRS. We have such rules associated with IPCTS, and we're asking whether these types of rules should be included for VRS, and that will also that's also a June 26th reply comment date. And we've also asked whether we should adopt any regulations regarding CA employment contracts that include non-competition agreements. Those are due, reply comments are due June 26th. And lastly, on the VRS reform item, we include an order that suspended the 120-day deadline for compliance with the VRS interoperability profile while the FCC considers server-based routing in the further notice. And the reason for that is that the VRS interoperability profile is dependent on server-based routing. So it was asked that comment date be that deadline be suspended until the FCC acts on server-based routing. So that's the big VRS order that was adopted, and there are other. Just, since that point, there have been a couple of public notices issued. On May 10th, we issued a public notice seeking comment on the TRS rate proposal that the TRS fund administrator filed the beginning of May, and those comment dates have passed, and those rates are under consideration, and as usual, we will issue a rate order before the end of the month. And lastly, on June 8th, we issued a public notice reminding TRS providers and state relay programs that the complaint log summaries are due on July 3rd. Any questions? Okay, I think Susie wants to continue on.
Questions until the end when all of the staff have a chance to say something. Go ahead, Susie.
Hi, good morning still. This is Rosalind Crawford, and I just wanted to provide you with a very brief update on the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, also known as ICANN Connect. Since the last time the DAC has met in March, we announced in April the applicants who applied for certification to participate in the permanent program that will be starting July 1st. In that announcement, we noted that there were, of the 53 jurisdictions that the program covers, 51 of those entities applied for recertification to continue from the pilot program into the permanent program. We added 3 new jurisdictions to the program: Guam, American Samoa, and the Northern Mariana Islands, and we received applications for those 3 jurisdictions. And in 3 of the jurisdictions served, we received multiple applications. Since then, we've been reviewing all of the applications, and as we've completed the review for a collection of states, we've announced them, just try to get the word out as quickly as possible. So we've released 3 public notices so far, 2 in May and 1 on the 6th of June, announcing a grand total so far of 38 of jurisdictions covered. So we have 18 more jurisdictions to announce. We expect that those announcements will happen next week. In addition, we are planning to announce the allocations of funding for each of the 56 jurisdictions. We do this prior to July 1st every year, so that's pretty normal. We'll be doing that again. So let's see. Given that we've had such terrific interest and really pleased, quite frankly, that the programs that are currently serving the states and territories want to continue and are continuing, we expect no delays, no interruption of services pretty much for the entire program as we transition from the pilot to the permanent on July 1st. In other words, we're really looking forward to a very smooth transition here and looking forward to having this program continue the successful distribution of equipment and related services that it's enjoyed since 2012. And I'll be happy to take your questions at the end. And now on to Sue Barr.
Hi, I'm Susan Barr, and I'm with the Disability Rights Office. I'm going to talk about two topics today. One is copper retirement, and the other one has to do with the captioning of video clips that are shown on the internet. Copper retirement is part of an open proceeding that isn't called copper retirement. It's actually called Accelerating Wireline Broadband Deployment by Removing Barriers to Infrastructure Investment. Anyway, in the middle of that proceeding, they talk about copper retirement. What copper retirement is perhaps two different types of things. One is when a telephone company replaces existing copper lines with fiber lines and still provides the same old, plain old telephone service. The other type of copper retirement happens when the local telephone company replaces the copper lines with fiber optic lines and no longer provides plain old telephone service. Instead, the customer is required to use an internet-based telephone service. So this proceeding on copper retirement asks about two different issues. One has to do with notices that are provided to customers before either one of these types of fiber replacements happens. The other big issue that's asked about in the proceeding has to do with whether people with disabilities still rely on TTYs or other specialized devices or services that are used over copper networks. The FCC specifically also wants to know how much individuals with disabilities have adopted alternative means of communications instead of TTYs, and whether using TRS, texting, video phones, or other online communications is what people are doing today instead of using TTYs. The comments in this proceeding were due yesterday. The reply comments are due a month from now on July 17th. If you want more information, you can look at the FCC's Notice of Proposed Rulemaking on the FCC's website using the eDocs system, EDOCS, and look for the document number 17-37. That's 17-37. Also, you can look at the Access Info message that was sent out on May 25th, which, if you didn't receive it or you can't find your own copy, if you just Google FCC Access Info, you'll get to our archive of Access Info messages, and just look for the one we sent out on May 25th, and it will have more information, plus links to the FCC's Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. If you want to look at the comments that were filed yesterday, you can get on the FCC's ECFS system and type in docket number 17-84. That's 17-84. The thing about the ECFS system is, even if people file comments yesterday, they might not be available yet today to look at them. So if you really want to see who all filed and what they said, you might want to look again, say on Monday or Tuesday. The other topic I want to address has to do with the captioning of video clips. July 1st is the deadline for video programming distributors to caption video clips of programming shown live or near live on television such as news or sporting events, when these clips are later delivered via Internet protocol. There actually are two rules that were adopted in the same order and which are already in effect. The order was adopted back in July 14, 2014, and is FCC number 14-97. The rules that are already in effect have to do with captioning for straight lift clips, which means they contain a single excerpt of a captioned TV program with the same video and audio that was shown on TV, and montage clips, where a single file contains multiple straight lift clip video clips. I said clips too many times, but anyway. The July 1st deadline, again, applies to live and near live programming that was first shown on television and then via Internet protocol. With the July 1st deadline, there's two different rules about how fast captioning needs to appear online. For clips of live programming, it's up to a 12-hour delay that's permitted in posting a caption clip after the programming's been shown on TV. And for clips of near live programming, up to an 8-hour delay is permitted in posting a caption clip after the programming has been shown on TV. There are some exceptions to all these rules. The exceptions are that the IP captioning requirement doesn't apply to video clips that are not shown on television first with captions. The requirement doesn't apply if a video clip is posted online with a substantially different audio track from the one that was aired on television. And video clip rules do not apply to third-party websites or apps. Again, the order that I'm talking about is FCC 14-97. You can find that on the FCC's website in the eDocs database, which is spelled EDOCS. Or if you're on Access Info, we sent out an Access Info message yesterday on this topic. And if you didn't get yesterday's Access Info message, again, you can do as I suggested before, just Google FCC Access Info and you'll get to our archive of messages, and perhaps next week or so our Access Info message will be posted. And if it's not there, you can just write to me at susan.bahr, BAHR, @fcc.gov. Will.
Hello, everyone. This is Will Shell speaking. I wanted to also provide an update about second screen devices and passing through the secondary audio stream. So I'm going to tell you about an upcoming rule which is going to go into effect on July 10th of this year. This rule is about, as I said, emergency information on second screen devices. This is where multi-channel video programming distributors, which are cable, satellite, and fiber television companies, it is where those companies have an obligation to pass through the secondary audio stream, which contains audible emergency information, when they permit customers to access linear television programming on a second screen device over the cable and satellite or fiber company's network as part of their service. So I'm going to break it down a little bit more, but needless to say, providing emergency information orally on the secondary audio stream, it's intended to enable viewers who are blind or visually impaired to access the same emergency information that is presented visually. So the rule has a couple of steps, and I'm going to just kind of go over them one more time, but truthfully, anyone can email me, or, as has been said a few times, you can check out Access Info for updates on this information. We released information about this just a few days ago. But let me just say it again. Each cable each cable, satellite, and fiber company must ensure that any application or plugin that it's providing to consumers, in order for them to access linear programming, which is just regular, general, pre-scheduled programming by the cable and satellite and fiber companies, they have to provide access on tablets, smartphones, and laptops and similar devices over the cable, satellite, and fiber company's network as part of its services, has to be capable of passing through the oral representation of emergency information onto those secondary screens. So just to clarify, that this is really talking about accessing generalized television programming over cable, satellite, and fiber companies' broadcast networks over the network that you're receiving from that same cable, satellite, and fiber company. This is not really applicable to watching television, say, in a coffee shop over the coffee shop's network. With that said, sending the audible emergency information through to the second screen device would be pointless if people could not easily switch from the primary audio stream to the secondary audio stream. And since December 20th, 2016, these companies have been required to provide a mechanism that is simple and easy to use, like a button key or icon, in order to activate the secondary audio stream. So, like I said, Access Info is a great way to find out about this information. We do have a posting that we put up. It is in the archive section, or you can email me at will.schell, SCHELL, at fcc.gov.
This is Lisa Hamlin. We're running a little late, but we can take a few questions. I know Brian's been holding on to a question for a while, so go ahead, Brian.
I actually want to go back. My question is relevant to an earlier presentation about the complaint process. I want to commend the FCC. I have personally recognized a great improvement in the response to the complaint process, so I just wanted to publicly commend you for the work you've done on that area. And then I have two comments. One is the ability to file a complaint over a video phone, or emailing or texting, and all of the ways that a complaint can be filed. Is that right? Can you? Is that possible to do it over a video phone?
Hi, this is Susie. To respond to your question, yes. You may file your complaints through a video phone. You can also send it via fax, TTY, voice call, online, via email. Really, we accept any of those avenues, whatever would work for you. U.S. mail, if that is necessary. But yes, we do accept them through video phone. You could call our DVC line, our direct video calling line, for an ASL support service provider.
Okay, Brian, you had another question?
This is Brian. Yes, my second comment is actually a recommendation. There was a beautiful video that was just distributed, and I would like to recommend and suggest that since you already have this program of direct video communication, that it should be required that material and training information for consumers be accessible. For example, with the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, there are a lot of people out there who don't actually know that they even have a right to file a complaint. So, in fact, if that distribution program had, maybe they were required to present a 5-minute training on the complaint process as they were giving equipment out to the community, I think that might result in a lot more people having the information they would need to bring concerns to the FCC's attention.
Hi, Brian. This is Rosaline Crawford. I'm making notes about that suggestion, and I thank you very much. I will also note that for the pilot program, we did not have in place any formal procedures or processes for complaints about the deafblind program in particular. But going forward in the permanent deafblind program, we do have a more formalized complaint process established and in place, and we will be sure to make sure that all of the programs are fully aware of it. So thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Richard, recognize Richard.
This is relevant to the VRS comments and the skills-based routing for video interpreting. Whether it's a technical specialty, medical, or legal, I do want to submit for consideration thinking about emergency services interpreting. Back when we were working on the EAC, the Emergency Access Advisory Committee, some years ago, there were 2 individuals that took the lead on developing certain media communication-based services, and that was Donna Platt and Chris Linwood. In that, they developed a document, and that document really would be applicable to language services, thinking about the 911 call centers receiving a call from a person who has a different language need. They would have a specific language service that would be able to facilitate the communication between the foreign language user and the interpreter. And I really do think that that concept could be applied to video interpreting as well, where you have a group of individuals who are trained, comfortable, and qualified to interpret and facilitate that type of communication between the caller who is deaf and the telecommunicator. In an E911 environment, where you need to be able to directly call 911 and then be connected to a 911 center, and also the NG 911 environment when you're calling directly and then pulling a video interpreter into the communication for it to be facilitated in that way. And all of that information is in the document that was already made. It was submitted and approved by the EAC on March 1st of 2013. So I would like us to revisit that as another set of skills that we could look into for the skills-based routing and for the interpreting and CAs. Just putting that out there.
Hello? Oh, good. This is Elliot Greenwald. Thank you, Richard, for your comments. This is perhaps something that the Emergency Communications Subcommittee of the DAC might want to consider and flesh out further, because a few years have passed since that recommendation was made, and figure out how that best fits in with the, as technology is developed, how that would better fit in.
This is Lisa. Thank you. We have one more question, and then I'm going to shut it down there because we're running a little late. Okay, so Jerry, you had a question?
Yes, this is Jerry from the ICANN Connect program at Perkins. I would like a little more clarification on the issue of hearing individuals being able to have access to an IPRS phone number. I work with ICANN Connect trainers, and I'm often asked, how can I train my deaf-blind consumers to use the IP relay unless I'm able to use it and be comfortable and aware myself on how it works? So I'd just like to know more about when this may be available, and is it actually in the rule now, or is it part of a pilot? Thank you.
What? Okay. Actually, can you give me that question again? I'm sorry. I didn't quite get it all.
This is Jerry, and I am just interested in more information about hearing people having access, if there's a legitimate reason, to a phone number to use IP relay.
Oh, I don't see why.
Well, this is Karen Strauss. In our VRS rulemaking, in our VRS report and order and notice of proposed rulemaking that we adopted in March, we indicated that we would be allowing hearing people to get ITRS numbers, and I have to double check because I don't know whether it distinguishes those numbers just for VRS or for IP, other forms of IP services. So Elliot's telling me he thinks it's just for VRS, but let us go back and we'll check it out and get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Lisa again. Quickly, because we're really running behind. Go ahead, Christian. Yeah, I know you had a comment to respond.
Christian speaking. Thank you. And I do just want to add, if I understand the question correctly, for training purposes, you also need to be trained on how to make a call through an interpreter or IP relay operator. And if I understand FCC's response correctly, it would not apply to that situation because it's limited to point only.
Yeah, this is Elliot. Christian, you are correct. Because the rules are very specific about that the TRS numbers are limited to point-to-point video calls. I'm not sure what the circumstance would require some sort of point-to-point IP relay call, because if both parties at both ends of the call are then on their computers, why they couldn't use all the various available methods of text communications that are available to somebody using a computer, why they would need some sort of direct point-to-point IP relay when there's email, there's SMS, there's all sorts of other things going on under that circumstance, as opposed to the purpose of IP relay is to allow someone who needs a text-based service to be able to communicate with someone on the telephone.
So let us take this back. I think I'd rather cut off the discussion here. We understand that there's a difference between SMS and text versus telephone conversations, which are direct and simultaneous. Of course, we have another proceeding on real-time text that we are hoping resolves this. But we do understand the distinction between the different types of communications. And Al, I have a feeling that that's what you were going to say. But why don't we hold off for now, because I understand that we're already over time, and pass it back to the coordinators.
Right. So I want to thank everybody for their reports. Thank you, DRO, for all the work you're doing. Okay. Okay. We're going to really take a quick break. It's going to be, instead of 15 minutes, it's going to be a 5-minute break. Okay. So really, we'd like you back here at 25. I guess 25 after.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, test 1, 2. That sounds much better.
Is that working?
No, it's not.
You can't get people back.
Check, check, check.
I've never had.
Can we get people back in their seats, please? We'd like to start up again.
So Jeff is going to be behind us, and he's already there. Okay. So we just need to get people in their seats and stop talking.
All right, folks, we're going to start up again. All right, we'd like to apologize for the abbreviated break, but we are running behind schedule, and we're sure that people want to eat lunch. So we are going to continue along, and next we have a presentation from the Communication Security Reliability Interoperability Council, which is CISRIC. And so we have a nice presentation from Jeffrey Goldthorpe, who's the Associate Bureau Chief of the FCC Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. And so I'd like to welcome Jeffrey.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And one of the things I've learned already is that you all are being treated much better than the CISRIC members are being treated. So we give them water, and now I think we're going to have to start giving them food after what I see happening here. So thank you for raising the bar. Let me tell you a little bit about how CISRIC got started, and started back in 1991. And in 1991, some of you may remember, we had a major communications outage in the United States. It was a time, it wasn't that long after divestiture occurred, after AT&T was the AT&T that existed prior to 1984 split up into 7 regional telephone companies. And not only that, we had a new international and national signaling technology being introduced called the Signaling System 7, which is now a legacy technology, but at the time was a new technology. And we also had new vendors competing for business amongst those 7 telephone companies. We had not just AT&T or Bell, or the former AT&T competing, but also a company called Northern Telecom. I don't know if Northern Telecom's still around anymore, but I haven't heard much about it lately. At that time, those were the 2 competitors. And before that, there was one company that wasn't really competing for that business. So those 3 things happened at once. And what occurred in 1991 was an outage that affected communication service on the East Coast and on the West Coast. And telephones went silent in New York and in D.C., out in California, and it lasted for a couple of days. So it was a serious outage, and it was a consequence of a Signaling System 7 failure that was caused by a interoperability failure that was resident in the technologies that were being deployed at the time. It was a lot of moving parts, a lot more moving parts than the industry had been accustomed to, more companies working together, more vendors working together, and a new technology. And out of that came what was called the Network Reliability and Interoperability Council, NRIC, the predecessor to the CISRIC advisory committee that I'll be talking to you about today. They one flowed into the other. They had similar objectives. The objectives were to advise the commission on ways to improve and sustain communications reliability and security and resiliency. And over the years, the NRIC and then the CISRIC have done that by recommending to us primarily best practices that were implemented at the discretion of communications providers. They were not intended to be turned around and turned into rules. And that is not something that we made a practice of doing. CISRIC, like the advisory committee that you all serve on, is a federal advisory committee. It operates according to the same guidance, the same rules that you do. It's an independent advisory committee, so the recommendations from CSRIC are made to us without us sort of meddling in the process. The representatives on the CSRIC are intended to be a balanced set of stakeholders that represent the interests that the charter for the group calls upon the group to execute. So what you'll find on CSRIC primarily are communications industry stakeholders, so communications providers themselves, some vendors. You also find state and local entities that have an interest in the issues that are being worked on. You'll find federal partners. You'll find representatives there from the disability rights community. You'll find members there from the consumer interest community. So there's a fairly broad group of stakeholders, but the concentration tends to be those that are practitioners in communications technology. And over the years, what CSRIC has done started back in 1991 and then moving on to about 2001, making recommendations to us on how to improve communications reliability, starting with the SS7 issue. And NRIC started, as I said, as an outgrowth of the SS7 outage, and it was our way, the Commission's way, of dealing with that problem. So rather than imposing rules or proposing rules, what the Commission did was ask an advisory committee to make recommendations to us that could be implemented voluntarily. We haven't had an outage like that since. We haven't had an SS7 outage like that since. So that gives us a lot of confidence, and that's since 1991. That gives us a lot of confidence that that process works, and it's worked in other theaters too, for other problems. So we've asked CSRIC to continue to work on reliability issues. We've asked CSRIC to work on 911 reliability, and they've made constructive recommendations to us that we've either turned around and taken best practices and put them out for use by industry, or use them in various policy activities that we have going on here at the FCC. We've asked CSRIC to advise us on security issues that have a bearing on communications reliability. And we're particularly interested in security to the extent that network security issues can result in communications disruptions that you would notice. So, for example, denial of service outages or denial of service attacks that can soak up communications capacity and affect end users' ability to make use of network services. And there are other kinds of communication security or network security issues that affect network reliability. Those are the things the Commission has the most interest in. And we have over the years, and we've asked CSRIC to advise us on things like ways to improve the security of routing protocols, network routing protocols, IP-based network routing protocols. We've asked the CSRIC to advise us on ways to improve the domain name system, which is the naming system, the next generation naming system that the Internet uses. We've asked the CSRIC to advise us on ways to mitigate botnet attacks over the years, and that's in fairly recent years. Now, we have just rechartered the CSRIC. We did that just a few months ago. The first meeting of the new CSRIC, CSRIC 6, will take place on June 23rd. So that's coming up soon. And it's an open meeting, just as this is an open meeting. We just announced the membership of the new CSRIC. That was released in a public notice that went out I think it was just last week. It was very recent. And so we're now just going through the final stages of putting that CSRIC to work, just as we've done in past years. So we're looking forward to that. That's a 2-year, just as I think you are. You're on a 2-year cycle here. CSRIC is on a 2-year cycle, so this is the start of a new 2-year cycle for the CSRIC. All of the information about the CSRIC, what it's done in the past, and what CSRIC 6 will do, is available on the CSRIC website. So if you Google CSRIC, you'll find it easily. I think I should know this by heart, but I don't know the domain name for the CISRC website. I want to say it's CISRC.gov, but I'm sure I'm wrong about that. So just Google CISRC and you will find it. I promise that. That's what I do. And so I'm happy to take questions if you have any questions about CISRC and the kinds of things that we're working on, if there's time for that. I don't know if there is or not, though. Okay.
Do we have any questions? Okay. We have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You all enjoy the rest of your day, okay? Have a great lunch. Please don't tell me if you had a really, really good lunch, because
Thank you.
Do we want to move on to Brian?
No, he's going to come. He's going to be after lunch.
So who do we want to move on to?
Why don't I just say a few words?
Okay. Thank you, Jeffrey, for that great presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Elaine, who would like to say a few words.
I was going to say that Jeffrey is welcome to join us for lunch, but he's already left the room. As you may have noticed, we have a few presentations from different FCC bureaus today, and I think it's really interesting to know what else is going on, both with other federal advisory committees here at the FCC and also just what's happening in the other bureaus. We're running a little late, so you may have noticed that there's a change to your to the schedules the agendas that I had disseminated to y'all. We have moved the presentation on broadband deployment, the Broadband Deployment Advisory Committee, to this afternoon. They will be making their presentation at 1:30, right after the FCC Incentive Auctions Task Force presentation. So I just didn't want to cut anybody short and give you all plenty of time for questions and what have you. I also wanted to take this opportunity to, again, thank Apple and Tim Powderly for the sponsorship of the refreshments today. Not only the nice breakfast spread that we've already had, but there's a lunch being spread out right now for you in the room down the hall that we generally go to. I want to remind you that this luncheon is provided for DAC members, for DAC alternates, and for members of DAC subcommittees. Thank you.
Do we want to break for lunch, or do we want to do subcommittee reports?
Why don't we go ahead and break for lunch and come back a little bit early?
All right, folks, we are going to break for lunch early. So as Elaine mentioned, the lunch is in the process of being set up, and so they may not be finished yet, so please be patient with them. And we will resume in an hour, so we would like you to be back here by 12:55. If you could be back in your seats by 12:55, we would appreciate it, and we will continue on with the afternoon. So enjoy your lunch. Everybody, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I know I did. I want to thank Tim Powderly and Apple again for providing the refreshments today and keeping us all refreshed and rejuvenated. And so we're going to continue on for the afternoon. Our next presenter is going to speak about a topic that I know absolutely nothing about, so I'm very much looking forward to his presentation. We're going to be hearing from Charles Meisch, Jr., who's the FCC Incentive Auctions Task Force Chair, and we're going to be hearing all about incentive auctions. So welcome, Charles.
Thank you. I was woefully out of position for that introduction, so sorry about that. But thank you for having me, and I'm glad to hear that at least one of you is wholly unfamiliar with the auction, because then I actually have a purpose for the first few slides that I had. I don't know if they're queued up in just a moment. All right. Or so. I'll I'll have to be extemporaneous in the meantime. So thanks again for inviting me to speak on both the auction and, more importantly, the transition, the post-auction transition for broadcast TV stations, and how that will impact over-the-air TV viewers across the country. I want to cover 4 things today. First is, for those of you who are uninitiated, give a quick auction overview, why we held it, and what happened. Then talk a little bit about the post-auction transition that I just described, and how that will impact consumers. Thirdly, what we're doing to educate consumers about this transition and how it will impact them over the next few years. And particularly for this group, as a corollary to that consumer education piece, how do we ensure that our messaging and the information that we're putting out there about the transition reaches Americans with disabilities so that we can ensure that every American smoothly transitions to the new TV band. So first, a little bit about the auction itself. In the National Broadband Plan in 2010, the Commission recognized the need for to address the spectrum crunch, the notion that, particularly in mobile broadband, there's only so much spectrum, and it's not really meeting the availability of the spectrum. The pipeline itself isn't really meeting the needs of consumer demand, and so. In 2012, Congress authorized the Commission to hold this particular incentive auction, which would be the first time we've ever done the first time any country in the world has done a two-sided auction in order to repurpose spectrum that was already in use for a particular use for something new. And in this case, the legislation, the Spectrum Act, authorized us to do a two-sided auction that would repurpose broadcast TV spectrum for mobile use. A couple of features to the bill and the legislation itself that really make the auction unique. First, it really allowed the broadcasters, through this incentive concept, to participate and give them the economic opportunity that would really only be available to, or traditionally had only been available in spectrum we were auctioning in a mobile broadband context. The second factor is that it really it guaranteed that if you weren't participating in the auction or you ultimately didn't win, there was no cost to you. The legislation requires the Commission to preserve the coverage area and population that a broadcast station covers today after the auction. It also required us to make the broadcasters whole, reimbursing them for any costs associated with a move to a new channel. We also, between the legislation and the auction rules that we developed, made sure that the broadcasters had plenty of options to participate and still stay on the air and serve their communities through either new channel sharing arrangements or bids to move into a lower part of the TV band, so they would still have a license to operate, but they could still take part in this economic opportunity. And in order to do all that, we had to construct an auction that would pay for itself. So in other words, any of the money that we would promise to pay to broadcasters who won in the auction, we would have to recover from the proceeds of the subsequent wireless auction. So how did we do that? We had to really come up with a construct that now allowed us to be flexible in how much spectrum we were going to repurpose and how much, and make sure we could meet supply with demand. I will, for the interest of time and everyone's sanity, I'll skip over the year-long bidding process that we had in this auction and simply get closer to the results. So the auction yielded 70 megahertz of licensed spectrum along with 14 megahertz of unlicensed spectrum for mobile internet use. The proceeds were nearly $20 billion. You see $19.8 billion in gross revenues. $10 billion, or a little over $10 billion of that went to the winning broadcasters, and I'll talk a little bit more about the specifics of that in just a moment. And then the other important number here is the money that goes to deficit reduction as directed by the statute, $7.3 billion going to the U.S. Treasury for that purpose. So looking at the broadcast stations who won, there were 175 winning stations. 145 of those winners selected the off-air option, which doesn't mean quite what it sounds like it means. Off-air simply meant that in exchange for the license you were giving up, you would only be accepting a cash payment, as distinguished from the next group of winners I'm going to talk about. But first, these off-air winners, 133 of the 145 off-air winners actually expressed an intent to do a channel sharing agreement in their market, meaning they and another local station would share broadcast facilities on a single channel and allowing both of them to stay off the air. So, as I mentioned earlier, there was an opportunity here to participate in the auction, walk away with some amount of money, and also still stay on the air and serve the community. The other 30 winners were, in the other category I mentioned, the band-changing winners. So if you had a UHF license before the auction, you participated, you could bid to take a little less money and get a license in the VHF band. 30 of the winners chose that option. And I think the thing that surprised a lot of observers, but it was certainly an outcome we were hoping for, was that there was a great diversity in the types of stations that won. We saw stations in very large DMAs, small markets, urban and rural markets. We saw independently owned stations. We saw group-owned stations, non-commercial and commercial. So there was really no cookie-cutter way of looking at the winning stations. On the wireless side of the auction, the forward auction, there were 50 different companies that won. You may have read about the results. I think the big takeaway was that two companies in particular, T-Mobile and Dish, won effectively a nationwide footprint in this new wireless band. And we are underway with the licensing process. In fact, earlier this week we announced that the first grants of those licenses to some of the larger companies, and I think there were 10 in total of the 50 that we've licensed. So now, as Chairman Pai likes to say, comes the hard part, which is actually transitioning all of the remaining TV stations onto new channels. Essentially, what happened here after the auction is from channels 38 through 51, the very top of the UHF band, is now repurposed as a mobile wireless band. So stations in that band, or in that part of the band, on those channels, need to move elsewhere. As a result of the auction, I think we have a little over 1,000 stations who actually get to stay on the channel that they're on. We have 987 stations who've been reassigned, including the 30 channels who bid to move to a lower band, which I mentioned earlier. So what the Commission needed to do is develop a schedule and a sequence for making those changes over a fixed course of time. What I have on the screen here is a picture. It's a sample picture of a part of the map of the United States. I'm showing probably several thousand or several hundred TV stations, and I've highlighted some that are. The best way to put this is we call them linked station sets. It's sort of a daisy chain where a station can't move to a new channel until the station it's linked to moves. But that station, in turn, is linked to another station. So this is a problem of physics. This is a problem of the frequencies on which each station broadcasts. If they need to change, they have to look at who their new neighbors are going to be, and that's the physics problem that we have to coordinate. So we developed a plan. Over the next 39 months, or 39 months as of mid-April, we're going to try to move these 987 stations in an orderly fashion. We have a schedule of 10 distinct phases, and each of those 987 stations is assigned to a phase. The first phase, by the end of which all the stations in that phase must move to a new channel, ends on November 30th of 2018. So we have about a year and a half, a little bit more than that, before that date hits. Of course, not everything goes perfectly according to plan. There will be some rescanning in certain certain DMAs that will be required before then. If a station won an off-air bid, including the 12 stations I mentioned at the outset, they may be going off the air sooner than most. Channel sharers have a different timeline for implementing their agreement. So anytime in the next year to 18 months, we may see a lot of stations either going off the air or moving to a new channel even before the phases get underway. So our efforts to educate consumers have already begun. So I want to give you a little bit of an idea of what we're doing there and hopefully solicit some advice on how we can improve this program as we go. There are a few guiding principles guiding our approach on the consumer education front. One, our rules always require stations who are moving to a new channel or going off the air to provide on-the-air notice. It's a 30-day, at least 30 days notice through a combination of crawls, PSAs, and tactics like that. We figure we have a role in complementing that station-led effort. And how do we do that? Well, consumers, as you know, rely on the FCC for information on a variety of topics, including things like how do I rescan my tuner to receive new channels? How do I make sure I've got the right kind of over-the-air antenna? So we're looking at ways to leverage that relationship with consumers and make sure they understand that this transition may affect them. And third, we want to make sure we're prioritizing populations within the United States that are harder to reach. So I'm thinking about seniors, I'm thinking about households where English may not be the first language, and certainly households with where Americans with disabilities are living. So what have we done so far? We've got a consumer Q&A available on the website right now that addresses issues like when is my station changing, what if I have cable or satellite, how does this affect me, what do I need to do? Our consumer call center also has this information and is ready to assist callers when they call in with questions. We've also got print versions of this that we're using wherever we're doing outreach. I know some of my colleagues from CGB were here earlier today talking about our outreach efforts, generally speaking. We've also done a PSA-style tutorial video on how to rescan your over-the-air antenna and tuner. It's available online, and as you see there, it's captioned, and we'll make this available not just on our website, but we're working with broadcasters who want to use this as a way of sharing information and getting the word out to their viewers. We've also got consumer guides. As I mentioned earlier, consumers do come to us on questions like, how do I know which antenna to buy, or tell me how to rescan my tuner. In fact, the over-the-air antenna guide is consistently one of our most popular downloads every month. So we've just updated those to reflect information relevant to the post-auction transition, and those are available currently. We've also done that same kind of information on rescanning as a tip card that we've been using at events and is available for download. Part of our post-auction transition planning is not directly related to consumer outreach, but I think there's a tie-in here. In addition to the phases, the Media Bureau has divided the nation into 10 regions, geographic regions. And the idea here is to have an FCC regional coordinator, a staff person, dedicated to each of these regions. So regardless of when the stations within that region are scheduled to transition, we have someone who's listening and paying attention to real-time facts on the ground in each of these places and can report into us if there are particular issues. And so I think we see that not just as a coordination tool, but and an information gathering tool, but someone who can, in each of those areas, really look at what the impact is on consumers. Are there issues? Are there things we need to change in our communication, or particular problem areas where we need to more actively address them in a particular region as related to consumers? So something we're going to keep an eye on. It's another way for us to keep an eye on those issues at a local level. We've got some other things that we know are planned in terms of consumer education. Wireless microphones are largely dependent on spectrum in the TV band historically. The Commission has done some rule changes on the use of both licensed and unlicensed wireless microphones as it relates to the change in the TV band post-auction. I think there's a series of petitions for reconsideration before the Commission right now on those rules, so they will, I expect, will be coming out soon. And we want to make sure that consumers understand what those rule changes mean for them. So we've got, there's a consumer guide that we're updating on that topic. I mentioned before there are stations that may be going off air or changing channels before these phases begin. And so we've been gathering data on who those stations are, where they are, what the content is, where that content may be going. And we'll, to the extent we know that, we'll want to share that with whomever can help us make sure to get the message out about those stations and their transition. From a consumer education perspective, we know that our consumer tips on social media, on Facebook and Twitter and Snap or Instagram, have been some of our most popular content there. So we're going to work to make sure that post-auction transition information gets out there those channels as well. And we want to make sure as well, and I mentioned our consumer outreach folks earlier, we're putting together a plan to get to these organizations and make sure that to the extent they can help us disseminate information or we can provide any kind of resource for them in their national meetings and other activities at the chapter level or at the state and national level. We want to do that, and I think that includes a lot of the groups I see around the table here. I mentioned the consumer Q&A. There's a ton of resources available on the auction, the post-auction transition for consumers, for advocates, for reporters and others online at www.fcc.gov/incentiveauctions, plural. And so my question for the group here is what else can we be doing, particularly to reach households with disabled Americans? There's certain things we know we're already doing. Obviously, all the web content that I've highlighted is, it will be 508 Section 508 compliant. We've done, captioning on. We've only done the 1 or 2 videos. I think the PSA is the only video that we've done so far, which is captioned. I know we've been asked about whether or not we can do videos in ASL, and that's a conversation that we're having with the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau. We do have, though, on that topic, our digital video call system so if consumers want to have an interaction and have questions about any of the content that's online today, they can call in and have that conversation in ASL. So which really brings me to my last point is I think throughout this consumer education process, we understand that this is going to be iterative. We're going to learn new things. We're going to find issues that we hadn't considered earlier, but we would love any input and advice and guidance we can get from this group on how to make sure the message gets out to everyone who needs to hear it and understand it. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. And again, thank you for inviting me to speak.
This is Lisa Hamlin. I recognize Tony Stevens.
Thanks so much for, this is Tony Stevens from American Council of the Blind. Thanks so much, Charles, for the description on the auctions. A clarification followed by a question that maybe is a response to your question. I'm trying to better understand channel sharing and thinking around the country where under the CVAA in the top 60 markets, I know there's a handful of stations. I'm thinking of, I know there's one in Baltimore that would be a coverage station. That's one of the major networks. was it like maybe CBS in Atlanta used to be 46. I don't know if they still are or not. But those stations that would be moving, and in a situation of outreach to make sure if stations are going to be putting calls in the bottom of the screen, letting consumers and viewers know that also, will that also be audio described and passed through in the audio description in the SAP channel, so that viewers who are blind in those markets will know of their channels being switched over, at least on the major channels that are covered under the CVAA.
It's a good question. I don't know, but I can find that out and get back to the group on it. I think that makes sense to have it, at least in the SAP. I think that's right. And also, as I mentioned, there's the stations have multiple tactics that they can use, including not just crawls but PSAs, which would have audio. But I think the ideally we would make sure that every one of those communications is accessible to everyone. So I will look into the SAP question and I'll get back to this group if that's okay.
Do we have any other questions? Go ahead, Tony.
Tony Stevens again with ACB, and sorry that on the first point that I moved over quickly. When you talk about channel sharing,
right,
would the example be like, say, if channel 46 then becomes a 4-3, or does it take up a station that's not currently being used in the bandwidth for VHF? What exactly is channel sharing?
So channel sharing, and you're right to think about sub-channels, because I think the DTV transition from nearly a decade ago now is part of what enabled us to present this option to potential bidders in the stations. And I should mention not just stations who are bidding, but we've also extended these rules to low-power TV stations and TV translators who may find themselves displaced in the auction on their current channel. Can do this as well. And how it works, I think, from the FCC's perspective, is both of the sharer and the sharee, if you will, each get a new license, or I guess the channel, the station who is the sharee would get a new license. The other channel has its license, but each station would get a license to operate on the same channel. How they choose to divide the bandwidth and the throughput of that channel is up to their private agreement. But and how it would look on the dial, I'm not quite sure, but my understanding has always been, it would kind of look more like a sub-channel, because they're both on, say, channel 4 or channel 46, however it comes up on the virtual channel. You would look more like sub-channels, and how they assign, how they divide that up would also be subject to agreement. I'll take that as
thank you.
no for now, but maybe later. Thank you so much. I hope we get a chance to talk some more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie, for that great presentation. Is Brian Hurley known? Yes. Great. All right, so we are now going to move on to a presentation that was scheduled for this morning, and we had to move it to this afternoon due to running behind schedule. But I am delighted to welcome Brian Hurley, who's the designated federal officer for the Broadband Deployment Advisory Committee, and he's going to tell us about another FCC advisory committee, the BDAC. So welcome, Brian.
Thank you very much for having me today. As mentioned, my name is Brian Hurley. I'm a special counsel in the Competition Policy Division of the Wireline Competition Bureau here at the FCC, and I'm also designated federal officer of the Broadband Deployment Advisory Committee, also more popularly known as the BDAC. So I'm just going to give a little bit of an overview today about what the BDAC is, kind of where it's headed, and what is sort of the timeline for its activities over the course of 2017. So the BDAC is a federal advisory committee chartered under FACA, much like the Disability Advisory Committee. It was established on March 1st, 2017, and its charter, it runs for 2 years, so it'll expire on March 1st, 2019, although we have the option of renewing the charter for another 2 years. So what is the BDAC's mission? Well, in a nutshell, its mission is to make recommendations to the Commission on how to accelerate the deployment of high-speed internet access, or broadband, by reducing and or removing regulatory barriers to infrastructure investment. So that's really the focus, on sort of that removal of regulatory barriers. And the BDAC is really intended to provide an effective means for a variety of stakeholders with interests in that area to exchange ideas and to develop recommendations to the Commission on how to accelerate broadband deployment. And that in turn will enhance the Commission's ability to discharge its statutory responsibility to encourage broadband deployment to all Americans. So I'll quickly run through a timeline of the BDAC, what we've done so far, and what we hope to do through the rest of this year. So on January 31st, we put out a public notice soliciting nominations. And at the time we thought a lot of people are interested in broadband. We will probably get a healthy showing. I wouldn't be surprised if we got like 100 applications or something like that. At the end of the day, we ended up having close to 400. So there was certainly healthy interest and enthusiasm in this committee, a very deep and broad pool of highly qualified applicants to choose from. And applicants came from various sectors of the communications industry, different levels of government, other sorts of consumer community organizations. So we went through and reviewed all of the applications, and we're thinking about the balance that we talked about earlier with the statute, with the BDAC's mission and its charge. And on April 6th, we put out a public notice announcing the 29 members of the BDAC. In that public notice, we also announced that the chair of the BDAC, her name is Elizabeth Pierce. She's the CEO of a company called Quintillion, based in Alaska, that deploys fiber optic cable in some very, very remote regions of northern and western Alaska, almost in the Arctic Circle area. And then the vice chair is Kelly Cole. She's with the state of Utah. She directs their broadband outreach center. And then we announced the other 27 members. We also announced 5 working groups, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail here in a moment, that would be advising, that would be sort of developing the recommendations for the BDAC to consider, much like I believe this committee also has subcommittees or working groups. So then on April 21st, we had our first BDAC meeting here in this room. The focus of that meeting was largely on sort of, housekeeping, introductions, setting the stage for what was to come. And then the next step after that was to start putting together the working groups and announcing them. And we've made some progress there. We've announced 4 of the 5 working groups, the members of those groups. They include BDAC members as well as some others who applied to be on the BDAC but were not selected. And those working groups, they were announced in the early May timeframe. So it's been about a month. So they've started to get to work and have their weekly calls and to start to get their footing a little bit. And then our next big milestone is going to be July 20th. That will be our second meeting, also here at the Commission meeting room. And for anyone who's really interested in the BDAC and what it's doing, I would advise you to attend, or it'll be live streamed online. It'll be open captioned, and if there are any other needs for accommodations, don't hesitate to contact us. The information will be provided in the public notice that we'll put out soon announcing the meeting. And really the focus of that July 20th meeting will be to each of the working groups will sort of give a bit of a progress report on sort of what they've been doing and where they think they're headed, and it's an opportunity for the full BDAC to weigh in and offer input and suggestions and possible course corrections and that sort of thing. And the ultimate goal is for the BDAC to deliver recommendations, at least a first set of recommendations to the Commission by the end of this year. We're planning a third meeting for sometime in the October or November timeframe, and the idea is that at that meeting there would be votes on the opportunities to deliberate and provide amendments and ultimately vote on the initial set of recommendations from those working groups. So I'll go ahead and talk about the working groups briefly, just touch on what the subject matter that the assignment that each group is tackling. So we have two working groups that are working on developing model codes for governments. One is focused on municipal governments, the other is focused on state governments. And the idea with these is these are sort of model, they would contain guidelines or model provisions of measures that states, localities could implement to accelerate broadband deployment within their jurisdictions. So we've set out some ideas of some of the elements we think each code might include. For the municipal code, things like franchising, zoning, permitting, dig once policies, other aspects of sort of local regulation, the sorts of things that might be included there. At the state code level, we've also talked about things about the relationship between states and municipalities, things that states can do to encourage or promote more robust deployment at the municipal level, and also the role of state regulatory agencies, state broadband councils, other sorts of state level bodies. But really, we've made it clear that it's really up to the working groups and ultimately to the BDAC to sort of tease that out, what belongs in which code and how do the two codes sort of overlap or intersect, how do they sort of fit together? That's really a question that's ultimately we're left for the BDAC to determine. So those are the first two working groups. The third one is, we've called it the Competitive Access to Broadband Infrastructure Working Group. And really the large part of the focus of this group is on utility pole attachment policies. They'll be looking at developing recommendations on how to promote speedier, more efficient, competitive access to utility poles when different entities want to attach their facilities to a pole. And at the same time, ensuring the safety and the integrity of the process and of the existing attachments that are already there. They'll also look at ways of promoting access to other types of infrastructure, ducts, conduits, rights-of-way. And they're also looking at recommending, ways of improving the transparency of information regarding the availability of utility poles. That's one issue I know some people are interested in, is how can prospective deployers know kind of where the utility poles are and what the terms of access and all of that. And so it's looking at if there are ways to make that information more transparent. And then the fourth group that we've set up that has already begun its work is looking at more broadly at removing state and local regulatory barriers to deployment. A lot of this is of their task and will involve trying to identify patterns of activities that are occurring at the state and local level that may be having a negative impact on deployment, and then trying to propose possible solutions, ways of addressing that. And so then there's a fifth working group that we're still in the process of putting together. We hope to have it up and running soon. And this working group will be looking at developing recommendations to improve the process of infrastructure siting on federal lands and federally managed properties, trying to look at ways of standardizing the procedures by which that occurs, looking at the durations of leases and easements and trying to put some standards around that. Things like shot clocks for processing applications and some other possible measures to improve that federal siting practices. So that's really kind of a high-level overview of the BDAC and what it's looking at and what our expectations are in terms of deliverables, at least for this year. One thing I'll just quickly mention, and then I'll open it up if anyone has questions, is we do have an open docket for the BDAC. It's 17-83, and this is a little different from other dockets because there's no proceeding, there's no regulatory proceeding going on that docket pertains to. It's really more of a repository for comments, providing and submitting information to the BDAC. I know there are a lot of, even with the broader group of people that we've brought into the working groups, there's still a lot of other individuals and entities that have an interest in what the BDAC is doing and may have some information that would be highly valuable and useful to the BDAC in carrying out its work. So we wanted to make sure there was an easy way for individuals to communicate with the BDAC. So we have opened that docket. So that's pretty much it for my presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to.
Do we have any questions?
Hi, this is Susie. Thank you so much for your explanation and sharing information about the BDAC, which is relatively new. We know that it was recently formed March 1st of 2017, so very recent. So thank you for sharing that information of what's happening with the BDAC. Could you share a little bit about how it relates to those people with disabilities?
So,
just for the convenience of the group and framing it that way?
So that's a good question. I mean, so, in putting these groups together, we've tried to bring together a pretty diverse array of stakeholders and looking at all these issues surrounding what could be done to, essentially, the core focus is on what can be done to remove these regulatory barriers at the state and primarily the state and local level to encourage more robust deployment. So, if there are aspects to this that that people think might benefit from more robust input from disability communities, I'd certainly encourage individuals to use the docket that we've opened up. Certainly, individuals can reach out to me with questions or comments, and we want to make sure that the groups have access to all of the information that will be beneficial to them, to considering kind of all of the different interests that are kind of at stake in all of this. So.
Anybody else? Pam, you can come up to one of the microphones.
Sure. The consumer groups that I work with.
Use the internet to access relay services. So there's been a concern expressed that with the copper retirement that is undergoing, that they're going to have some difficulties accessing the internet and therefore telecommunication services. Are you able to speak to this issue and its affordability?
To be honest, it's a bit outside the scope of what I've been working on with as far as the BDAC is concerned. So I know we do have an open rulemaking that addresses some copper retirement related issues, and I'm not very conversant in the specifics of that rulemaking, to be honest. But if there are issues there that are of interest to you, I'd certainly encourage you to comment on them.
The retirement proceeding right now doesn't really deal with the affordability of internet. So I'm wondering, is your group addressing that issue?
So it's a good question. It's certainly not the core focus of this group in particular. It's really focused on what can we do to get more broadband out there, essentially. And I think the idea is that one consequence of that is that increasing competition for broadband that will increase access and lower costs, but it's sort of kind of like one step removed from the sort of the actual core focus of what the BDAC is looking at. But it's certainly an issue that's relevant and that we're interested in.
Anybody else?
My question So my question is related to some of the comments that took place in the last meeting concerning the wellness of the G5. I'm sorry, the health as a result of G5 deployment. So I don't know if you guys will be touching on any of the health concerns that are a result of the 5G, the movement to 5G. Will you be discussing that at all?
So that's not really really the focus of this committee. I mean, there's certainly, we've left a lot of leeway for the committee to kind of help us figure out what the relevant issues are, but that's really not at the core of what the BDAC's looking at.
Any other questions?
Jeff.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Hi, this is Jeff, and I am with the VRS work group. I do want to say that I appreciate your comments about the open docket, because for most consumers, really, there isn't the ability to make these types of comments. So it's really nice that you do offer that. At the same time, I don't know if you're going to see a lot of comments from these consumer groups. It just doesn't happen pretty often. I think it works for the government, but not for the community. So in the past, we have seen a lot of forums and things of that nature, sure, but that really might be beyond the scope of your group. I do think it's something you might want to consider, because it might not be a real realistic expectation. My next point has to do with the scope of the working group and the focus on data caps and the availability of those data caps, because I know a lot of deaf consumers are concerned about those caps as a barrier to access for their ability to communicate different types of information, and many of them are, I know many people are considering capping the availability. So I'm wondering, if you're planning to address that, because there is potential for that to be capped if they're streaming movies or whatever it might be, and how that affects the different types of telecommunications needs that they have that's covered under the ADA. So I don't know if data caps are going to be something that are underneath your purview or not.
Thank you. That's a good question. I think data caps are a bit outside of the purview of this group. It's not really at the core of the issues that they're looking at on sort of the actual barriers to getting facilities, getting towers up, getting cables attached to utility poles, that sort of thing. As I said earlier, I'm hesitant to rule too many things out, just because we've given the groups a lot of flexibility in terms of how they interpret their assignments. But data caps aren't really sort of one of the main issues that I don't think the BDAC is looking at.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you.
Thank you
for your presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
This is Sam. Thank you, Brian, for sharing that information with us. We are going to move on now to reports from our own subcommittees. And so we're going to kick things off with the Emergency Communications Subcommittee report and update with Mark and Richard.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark Fletcher. I'm the co-chair. Oh, there I am. I was Brian Hurley, but I'm now Mark Fletcher. Magically changed. Co-chair of the Emergency Communications Subcommittee with my co-chair, Richard Ray. want to thank, first of all, Will Schell for his assistance in keeping our committee on track. Will, you've done a great job, and we appreciate everything that you've done for us. We wouldn't be anywhere without all of your help. Our subcommittee has been tasked by the chairman to look at two specific items. The first is emergency communications using RTT, or real-time text, and we're going to develop recommendations on how to accelerate the integration of RTT into emergency communication systems, and that's going to be with special emphasis on the increased access of RTT by public safety answering points. That's the first issue that we're dealing with, and the committee has met 2 times. We're currently collecting comments from the committee members, and in this we're creating a table of use cases and real-time text to TTY conversions. And the reason we're doing that, since RTT is a character-by-character real-time text application, great name for it, and TTY is create and send, you can imagine that a user of either interface is going to be familiar with the interactions. So someone who is on a TTY is not going to see the character by character as real-time text is coming through the gateway. So they're not going to get the same experience. So we're capturing the use cases because I think that will be one of the biggest issues for users on both sides. Both Richard and I have been a little bit sidetracked in the beginning of the year. It's a very busy time in the industry with events, and we've collected some feedback from the subcommittee members. We need to pay a little bit more attention. We met yesterday, and we've come up with a plan to address that, to be a little bit more proactive. So we wanted to acknowledge that. We've heard that input. We're expecting to have a full report on both items that we're reporting on for the September meeting, and we will have our committee subcommittee meeting next Thursday, I believe that is. It's at this meeting we're going to be looking at finishing or collecting more information on item 1, and we're also going to start to introduce item 2, which is the best practices for on-screen emergency information. That's develop best practices for prioritizing emergency information that's conveyed orally on the secondary audio stream when there's more than one source of visual emergency information. So I might be watching a ball game and I'm getting an emergency weather alert text crawl, and then they start talking about the emergency or evacuation. I've now got competing information that's got to be put on the text channel. So we're going to be talking about how to prioritize that information. We've collected some preliminary information from members, and again, we're going to have detailed discussions on this next Thursday. So, short report. Richard, did you have anything that you wanted to add? No?
Nope, I think you covered it all.
Great, thank you. Ready to take any
And
questions
I look
if
forward
anyone
to,
has?
if I may, and look very much forward to our meeting on Thursday.
We have any questions?
Great, thank you very much.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Christian has a question.
Uh-oh.
So, Mark, you already know what I'm going to ask because I've emailed you about this before.
I have to go. No.
Our group had a question from some people who are involved in public safety issues and monitoring. Their question was, does a PSAP need to know if a person who's calling through RTT or TTY? And my response basically was that in some situations that is true. It's useful to know how somebody is getting in touch because they have different sort of paths. So I was wondering if your committee was planning to address that, and if you plan to address it, how will we make sure that the available technology will provide the information that the PSAPs need? That's
an excellent question, Christian. And I personally agree with you completely. If I know that someone is on an RTT interface, I can anticipate the interaction or know not to expect certain interactions. And I believe not knowing that, if there's a delay, it could confuse the situation. So we've had some initial discussions on what could be applied as an indicator, either by injecting a code in the gateway so the TTY user would see an indicator that the transaction is coming from an RTT. So I would expect a certain type of interaction as opposed to TTY. We haven't fully collected all the information. I believe there may be a way around that, so we're in the process of collecting that, but I think that's an excellent point. Because without that, there could be significant confusion, which, in a 911 situation, could be a deadly decision. That wasn't the hard question I thought you were going to ask.
Okay, I see no more questions. Thank you. Now you can go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Sam. Thank you, Fletch and Richard, for your updates for the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our break. I do want to announce that the food from lunch has been moved into this room, the CMR, and there is a lot of food left, so please help yourselves and stock up. And we're going to take a 15-minute break. Please be back in your seats by 2:15. Please, let's take our seats. Come on, everyone, we've got subcommittee reports to get to. Let's sit down.
Okay, we're trying to reassemble.
Yep.
We just flickered the lights. A lot of people are not in their seats yet.
If people don't start coming back on time, we're going to start shortening the breaks.
Remove the food.
We're going to hide the food, Elaine says. Pam and Rochelle, are you in the room?
They're at the mic, actually.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Pam and Rochelle are ready to go then. All right, so welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on to our report from the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. So, Pam and Rochelle, take it away.
Hi, I'm Rochelle Garrow, and I'm co-chair of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee with Pam Holmes. Our subcommittee's been tasked with working primarily on VRS and IP-CTS metrics. We've had a number of meetings so far. The VRS and IP-CTS metrics is quite a large and complicated issue. So right now what we're looking at is any available studies and research out there and what we might need, other studies or research that might be helpful in order for us to formulate the metrics for both of these. So we don't see having any recommendations anytime soon. There's just a lot of back work that we need to do in order to formulate good, solid recommendations to present to the DAC. That's primarily what we've been working on.
Does anyone have any questions for the committee? I also want to take this moment to announce that this committee is going to have a meeting after the meeting. So we're hoping we can clear the room quickly once we're done here today, so the meeting can start on relatively soon. Okay. Did you want to say something, Pam?
Yes. I think that people might be disappointed and say, what, you're not going to have a recommendation soon? What are you people doing? Why are you dragging your feet? And truthfully, it is a complicated challenge that the FCC has given us, and truthfully, I think that they know that, and that's why they're asking for help. We have a lot of experts at the table who have a lot of knowledge on the subject, but at the same time, they felt like you can't just jump in and recommend do this, this, and this without careful study to make sure that the outcome is appropriate and functionally equivalent.
Okay. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your report.
This is Sam. Thank you, Pam and Rochelle. Next, we are going to move on to the Video Programming Subcommittee report with Anthony Stevens. I know Anthony is here, and Mark Reichert. I believe if Mark was here, I would have heard him by now. So. Oh, he is here. All right. Well, all right. Well, Anthony and Mark, please take it away.
There we go. Hi, Tony Stevens, American Council of the Blind. Sitting in for Tom from Comcast, who is one of the co-chairs of the Video Programming Committee. Tom, unfortunately, could not make it here today to be with us today for this committee hearing. I shouldn't say hearing, but this committee meeting, I should say. And to that end, had asked if Mark and I can provide somewhat of an update since we dominated a large part of our most recent call. The Video Programming Subcommittee has met twice since our last meeting here in March, most recently the other week. And there are two issues, one of which both myself with the American Council of the Blind, the American Foundation for the Blind, and the National Association of Broadcasters are working as well independently following an extension granted to the three of our organizations on one of the issues the Video Programming Subcommittee has taken up to address as well. That issue, just very briefly, is in regards to emergency calls that are dynamic and graphic in nature, that are not traditional text calls. Under the CVAA, we know how text calls for like emergency alerts and things like that are required to be broadcast in described audio, video description through the secondary audio program feed. We are working in the extension to identify a way to make graphical images accessible through described video. And we're providing an update as to where we were with the last video programming call. The Video Programming Subcommittee will be meeting on the fourth Tuesday of the month. That was the date that was determined in our last meeting, will be our sort of regular scheduled broadcast time. And in terms of this particular issue, we discussed how there will probably be some bit of crossover into the work that was described earlier from the emergency subcommittee regarding their, trying to qualify the order of selection and priority for when you have multiple audio feeds coming at you from live, and then if it's pre-recorded description or described video, how particularly would that work? ACB, along with AFB and NAB, will be providing a report on our progress around the specific issue that we are addressing, which falls under the preview as well, the video programming subcommittee, and that report is due to the FCC in November. What we will be doing, ACB I know, will be, and others I think will, of the three of us will be perhaps actively involved in this, is updating the group through an independent outside this hearing, or outside this brief. There I go, the word hearing again. I've been to too many hearings lately on the Hill. In this meeting, outside this meeting, because we know the difficulties if emergency and video come together formally with the quorum issue. So what we will do is provide for anyone who wants to know where that status is close to the date of our final report as to that status. And we'll also be providing as well a video programming update. Primarily we are, in terms of where the three of us are at, I know with ACB and we've been working with NAB, have been, sort of doing an environmental scan and what peripheral technologies exist through artificial intelligence and video and audio translation from video and image recognition is currently exists sort of in the tech sector. So that's where we're at. There was the focus, I think, on this first issue. The second issue we're focused on has eluded me. I will yield to Mr. Wilshell, who has been working with our group, leading our group, I should say, from the FCC, and has those in greater detail for those that want to know the second issue as well, which I think will probably be found on our plate as we move forward through updating. After we start updating the group next month, I imagine we'll move into the other issue as well. Did I leave anything out, Mark? Yeah, thank you. I don't have that in front of me right now, the second issue as well, but so. Not to put you on the spot, Will.
Oh, no problem. This is Will, facilitator for the video programming subcommittee. Very quickly, the second issue, there's been some follow-up questions that I was supposed to look into, and I've heard back from a few members on the video programming subcommittee who have some real ideas on how this issue can be addressed. Very briefly, the issue is regarding transmittal and receipt of captioning files by video programming providers and distributors during where there is both analog and IP transmission signals. So I think at our next video programming subcommittee meeting, there should be some more information about how the subcommittee can look into that issue further.
Great. This is Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind. Thanks. I think Tony captured, as always, captured the essence of what we're trying to do on this emergency information issue pretty well. Before I just add my little coda to it, I arrived late this morning, and as soon as we're done chatting here, I'm going to have to head out the door, which is not a sign of how important I am. In fact, it's a sign of how not so important I am. When someone else is in charge of your schedule, you just dance to the tune they play for you. But in any case, I apologize for that attendance today. One of the things we're really wrestling with respect to this issue of rendering graphical information, emergency graphical information in an emergency context is precisely how much of that information is in fact needed. I mean, from an advocate's point of view, putting on my blindness advocate's hat, yes, sometimes I take it off. Of course, in principle, we want everything that sighted folks get. We want it. But emergencies are a bit different, and time is of the essence. And frankly, one of the things that we talked about in previous filings up here about, should we, for example, be producing in sort of an audible output format all of the counties or all of the school closures and all that sort of thing. And of course, we've said to the commission, no, let's prioritize information. And because, quite frankly, to listen to all of that is incredibly time-consuming. So the real challenge we have before us is not only fixing sort of the technological or addressing the technological issues, can we find a way to render that graphical stuff on the screen effectively for us, but also whether it is, in fact, something that is almost a luxury and not, in fact, adding anything substantive to the information that we are, in fact, getting. Because what we don't want to do is have a situation where the technology is performing so well that we are overloaded with a lot of duplicative information. So along with the other things that Tony mentioned that we're going to be looking into with NAB over the course of time here will also be this issue of precisely what it is that is being made available graphically. You know, sometimes as an advocate, particularly if you've never seen it yourself, you literally do not know what you don't know in terms of what is being rendered on the screen graphically. And so it was comforting to hear our friends in the broadcasting world say, yeah, we need to find this out too, and exactly what it is that we're putting up on screen that isn't already available in some sort of a text or, you know, narrative fashion. So anyway, that's just one of the elements. But looking forward to working with folks on this.
Do we have any questions for the committee? We do have a question, Al. Go ahead.
This is Al from DSA, and I want to speak a bit about closed captioning in video programming. I do understand that the rules for the transition time state that it's okay, but what really bothers me is that we don't know whether that the video on the computer is captioned until we click on it, and I have to wait, and often they pop up an ad in the meantime. So I wait for a couple minutes to get through the commercial, and then the TV comes on, the news. I'm clicking around and trying to navigate through different things, and it's not ready for me, and it's causing me to waste about 2 to 5 minutes, and this happens very frequently. So I'm wondering if it might be possible now, if there are captions on the video, for the CC logo to be there on the front end. So you see that it's on the video, and it's going to guarantee that it's going to be ready to go in the video with the captions, as opposed to me waiting, wasting the time, and seeing no result in the end. I would appreciate if we could consider that.
Joshua, go ahead.
I think that's something that the subcommittee can certainly talk about, but we are limited by the jurisdictional constraints of the CVA, which refers to the content or what actually airs on television, and so it doesn't really dive down as deep as like the ads before. But we should definitely talk about it and see if there are ways that maybe we can talk to industry players who are in this room to maybe make that an easier possibility for everyone.
Christian, go ahead.
Christian speaking. So for the record, I would like to echo the same frustration that Al just shared, and I do want to emphasize that that happens with TV content all the time. And so from my perspective, I think it's certainly a good reason or a good issue for the commission to investigate. And I'm sure you agree that the argument is that, you know, there's going to be limited authority. And I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but I do think that the FCC rules on how to turn on closed captioning can make it a bit easier for that to be within your authority. Just a thought for consideration.
We have somebody, I can't see who it is, but please go ahead to my left.
Hi, this is Phyllis Ginnivan representing AUCD. And I just wanted to remind everybody that about a year ago we had a symposium that discussed making telecommunication more accessible for people with intellectual and cognitive disabilities. And part of that was a discussion about making the interface for emergency communications on the television more accessible and less confusing for people with autism and maybe a slower crawl, for instance, for people who had difficulty reading. So I would like that not to be lost. It seems like, I think that used to be in the emergency communications subcommittee where I sit now. I don't hear it being addressed in either the video program or our committee, and I'd just like it not to be dropped because I think it fits in nicely with a lot of the work that's now being done. Thank you.
Okay, Zainab, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Zainab, and I do just want to respond briefly to Joshua's comment about the limitations of the CVAA authority. As many of you might already know, the NAD has an agreement with several companies for the captioning of their video content, and some of those within the agreements, some of the entities are required to have clearly identified logos within the content, and also they should have a search filter to be able to search for captioned content. And they are getting near 100%. So it's not necessarily a limitation of what the CVAA authority is, but it's also about what the example should be of what's out there, and it's really a critical point in this discussion, like Al mentioned. So I do want to share that that is already being done.
Mark, did you want to say something at this point?
Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, responding to the comment about making sure emergency information is accessible to all folks with disabilities. A hearty amen, alleluia, hosanna, all of those good terms, by all means. This is one of those examples, I think, where the CVAA does try to needlessly limit the scope of the accessibility of emergency information to certain kinds of folks with disabilities. And I can tell you that as one of the principal advocates for that thing, that was certainly never our intention. My hope is that any limitations that there may be in the CVAA around this don't hold back this committee's work with respect to making sure that we make emergency information as available to all folks with disabilities as possible. And quite frankly, it's one of the reasons why some of us are particularly concerned that we don't go overboard with this business of making every scrap of visual graphical information on the screen available, because quite frankly we could get to a point where everyone is simply overloaded with information, and that would be distracting for everybody.
Does anybody else have any comments for the committee? Go ahead, Tony.
It's actually Everett.
No, Tony's first.
Oh, Tony's first. I'm sorry.
Tony Stevens.
American Council of the Blind. This is Tony. I'm just responding to the AUCD. You know, research that we've done the past year in audio description for videos actually had some responses from folks from the autism community in responding to the benefits that have been identified in that. So we'd love to try to touch base with the AUCD and others from the IDDD world. I think in finding ways too to make sure that our needs obviously are always in our interest of audio description being done well, but in maximizing it so that it serves the needs of multiple multiple constituents with people with disabilities, I think will be great. So I might, you might hear from me reaching out to AUCD as well as we move through this process, or please reach out in addition, and we'll make sure that we're working collaboratively. Thank you.
Everett, did you want to go ahead next?
Sure, thank you. Everett Bacon with National Federation of the Blind, and I really appreciate what everyone has said. I really appreciate what my friend Mark from American Foundation for the Blind has said. I do want to also, don't want to lose track that we definitely like some of the luxuries. So we want to be careful that we really review it and we find out, yes, the pertinent information, but if there are maybe less pertinent information, but information that is still important to get, if we can get access to that, we want that as well. So I echo his sentiments in that, yes, everything is probably not feasible, not possible, but I want to also really take a look at it and make sure we're going down the right path of getting the most information that we can get in a viable way. Thank you.
Karen, go ahead.
This is a really good conversation, and it's really helpful to hear all of your views. Not everything has to be regulated. We're at a time where so much progress has been made by many corporations, many companies that fall outside of our regulation. I've often referred to this as a tipping point. I think that a lot is just self-propelled at this point. A lot of what the distributors of internet-based programming are doing now is not regulated. Video description is being provided probably, if not now, or it will be on more programs streamed over the internet than it will be on television, on traditional television. So I think it's really critical that it's very helpful to have you raise these points like making emergency information easier for larger audiences to understand. First of all, that was in our white paper that we released in the prior administration, but it also makes sense, not only for people with cognitive disabilities that may have developmental disabilities, but also for a growing senior citizen population who are going to benefit from that kind of easier messaging. Alerting viewers to the availability not only of closed captioning, but also video description on internet-based videos makes sense. It's a matter of usability as well as accessibility. And again, people without disabilities use captions all the time, especially in quiet environments. Or they may use video description when they can't watch what's going on. They may want to listen to the program. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that members of the industry, segments of the industry that are represented on this committee, should listen to some of these suggestions, continue meeting with, because I know that many of you do on a regular basis, with consumer groups, and think about how you can incorporate some of these changes into your products and services.
Thank you, everyone. I don't see any more questions, so thank you to the committee for your report.
Thank you. This is Sam. I want to thank Tony and Mark for providing that update for us. I was also going to mention that we do face some of the similar challenges around knowing which programs are video described as well. I believe only one network in the U.S. is providing that information voluntarily in terms of over the air. So we're running into similar challenges as Karen had mentioned. Last but certainly not least is the Technology Transition Subcommittee report. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Zainab and Linda.
Linda? Yes. Be Linda?
Yes? Oh, okay. Linda Vanderloop, co-chair of the Technology Transition Subcommittee, along with Zainab Al-Kebsi. We were asked to develop recommendations for addressing the technical and practical challenges of supporting compatibility of RTT, real-time text, with Braille displays and similar assistive technologies. And we realized pretty quickly that some of us needed a much better understanding of what the issue was, particularly me. We had 3 subject matter experts come in and brief us on the issue. Christian Vogler, Bappen, I won't attempt to pronounce his last name, but it's Bhattacharya. Gave us a really, really good understanding of the perspective from the user perspective, and then also John Herzog. We now believe we have a good understanding of what the issue is and where we need to focus. For example, some of the challenges of real-time text and the Braille display is that the real-time text nature that everybody thinks is a great feature is not so great with a Braille display, because words as they're being typed can actually change the meaning. For example, when you're typing a word that starts with W, it comes across as will with just the W, but as more letters are typed, it may become won't or something else, and so that's the problem that we're trying to solve. We developed, based on the input we got, we developed several options, and now we're in the process of gathering the technical requirements for each one of the, or technical challenges in some cases for those requirements. We have asked for input on those by Monday, the 19th, which is this coming Monday. We'll consolidate all the comments and discuss them at our meeting next Friday, the 23rd of June. And so this will be the foundation to make our recommendation. The second issue that we were asked to address was developing recommendations on ways to introduce and support integration of real-time text into TRS operations, and that's once we get complete this recommendation, we'll focus on that. Zainab, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Linda. You captured it all. I just wanted to also mention and thank the facilitator, which is Rosaline Crawford, for the efforts that they've been put forward. And I want to thank, of course, the members of the committee for their thoughtful participation. And I look forward to continued work with them and making the recommendations as they get developed. And we'll be meeting next Friday, our next meeting. Look forward to that. This is Linda. I also want to thank Sue Barr, who is the other facilitator as well. Sorry, that was an interpreter correction, Rosaline and Sue. So, are there any questions?
Do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none, again, thank you for your report.
This is Sam. Thank you to Linda and to Zainab for the report. At this time, we are going to open the floor for new business, so if there are any committee members who have new business, please bring that up now.
Does anybody have any new business to present? Seeing none, go ahead, Sam.
All right, very good. At this time, we are going to open up the meeting to public participation. So for that, I'm going to turn it over to Elaine.
Thank you, Sam. This is Elaine Gardner. Thank you, Sam. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to comment or state anything for the record? Well, I don't see anybody from the audience either. I would like to ask CAOD if we've received any comments online. Nope. Okay, so we have nothing from public participation at all. I think that maybe we can close out early, and we do have to set up for the subcommittee meeting that follows this. So what Yes, right. So why don't, I'm not going to close the meeting, I just want to say a few things about the transition between the two meetings. I would like it very much if everybody can get up from their seats and go away. I don't really care where you go. I know that a lot of you are going to stay for the Relay Subcommittee meeting. Of course, let me state that the Relay Subcommittee meeting is closed to the public. It's only for those who are members of the Relay Subcommittee. But anybody can stay and have some more food because there is plenty of it. But we would like to set up for that meeting. We have to. We're going to have it in here. We have to figure out where everybody's going to sit. It's a little complex, so we would like it if you could take your stuff and move away from the table so we can set up for that. And it will take us about maybe 10 minutes or so. But anyway. And it's possible that we can start that meeting a little early. I have to talk to the facilitator and the co-chairs of that subcommittee to see if that's possible, because I know we have some people joining by telephone. But at any rate, let me turn it over to our co-chairs. Thank you so much.
This is Sam. Thank you, Elaine, for kicking people out of the meeting room so I don't have to do it myself. And I did want to announce the next date for the Disability Advisory Committee is scheduled for September 26th, unless Elaine corrects me on that date.
That's correct.
That is correct. All right, I got the date right. So we will see you folks back here in a little over 3 months. And Lisa, did you have a comment?
Okay, we had one question here from Tony. Go ahead, Tony.
The date again?
The date is September 26th.
Thank you.
September 26th.
Okay, and I wanted to also thank Elaine and everybody, all the FCC staff that made this meeting possible. I really appreciate all her work and their work, as well as the interpreters and the captioners. Thank you, everybody. And thank you all for your time coming here today. I know everybody has more on their plate than they need, but we appreciate everything you do. So thank you, and see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.